Time for car 1-4, 50.79. 50.79 for car 1-4. Time for car 1-5, 48.49. 48.49 for car 1-5. Time for car 1-6, 52.09. 52.09 for car 1-6.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Wiscombe Park, and a very warm welcome on behalf of the 500 Owners Association. It's annual speed hill climb here in Sylvan, South Devon. My name is Marcus Pye. I'm in the commentary box for today and also tomorrow when the Vintage Sports Car Club's in town. Quite a few of the VSCC competitors are going to be running today as well, so a warm welcome to them too. We're into our second practice batches now. Each competitor will do two effectively qualifying runs to get them into this afternoon's timed runs. Two timed runs then for each will determine the class positions across a range of divisions. We've got motorcycles here as well, so welcome to the ACU licensed boys and girls. And we've got among that group, we've got the solos, we've got some sidecars, a couple of sidecars, quick sidecars too, and a very rapid trike. But we're back into the car section at the moment. Road-going saloons and sports cars are on the course. So there's a rather lovely Volvo PV544 go up. A couple of minutes to go. Engine probably back to the early 60s, and the works rally driver Tom Trana, who was a bit of a dab hand in the Beetle-backed Volvos, came before the Amazon type models, the 123 GTs, things like that we used to see quite regularly. Occasionally used to see them in sprints as well. Later Volvos also appeared long before Volvo went into British Touring Car Championship. But I remember Seeing a Volvo estate car driven very, very rapidly on sprints around the side of England, places like Goodwood, and great history. So the times this morning are largely irrelevant, just really to get sighting runs in for each of the competitors. The slates are wiped clean again at each time when we move into the competition proper. Then it starts to get a bit more serious, and each competitor really, while they're competing against those within their classes, similar types of car or broad categories of car, effectively a lot of them are purely racing against themselves, racing against the clock. And for many club competitors who enjoy their sprints and hill climbs, to come to an event where you've been before and to get through the day and post personal bests is what you're after, because obviously some cars are more competitive within their groups than others, and if you're in one of the slower cars, it's equally exciting to have done a PB, personal best, and that's what you'll be aiming for, as well as maybe claim a couple of scalps further up the order. Some very nice Triumph TRs from the TR register. They're running as far as possible in numerical order. Is Julian Webb in a Triumph TR3A. Actually, that double driven. And we've got the TR4 working up through the ages. TR4 on course, going around West Corner, up over Bunnies, and they go out of our sight into the twiddly bits under the trees up towards the first. Tend to have two cars on the hill at a time, but of course if there's a problem, car stops or has some kind of drama, then the marshals feed that information back down. There's whistles and flags, and the car coming up will then be stopped. 27 are now on the course. We've seen Leonolds go up and try out TR4, and now it's Gordon Martin with the TR4A. TR7 V8 now on the course. Two entered this weekend. One with the 4-litre Rover, one with the 4.5. Talking of the Rover engines, you'll see more of these Oldsmobile derived V8s under the bonnet of some Quick Morgans. +8 coming down, which is number 33, which is Alan Foster, chasing up the 4.4s, the +4 cars, the early Morgan +4s. Then when you introduce some grunt, they get really exciting. On the line now. .5 litre engine taken out to nearly 4. We'll see an even bigger Rover engine under the tail of Hillbeam MP43 later. Into the Vintage Sports Car Club class now. joined during the day by Dave Pearce, local sage, who is off into the paddock, and I think he's going to garner some interviews down there with some of the runners and riders.
Hopefully I can. Most of them run away, Marcus, but let's see how we get on.
To a batch of Rileys here. Where would the VLCC be without Riley Enterprise? Time in for Alan Foster with the Morgan plus 8 of a 53.56. But that's not hanging around. 39 going down to the start line is Michael James with the Riley 12.4 Cotton Special, which is pretty rapid here last year. Car 34, first of the vintage Rileys, David McRobert, the Riley 12.4 Special. 61.14. 61.14. 34 from there. 55.02. 55.02 did him to service there. 35 had pinged up in the meantime. That's 61.14. Didn't seem overly keen to get away cleanly, but now it's opened up. Will be going well. Sub-minute 4:36. That was Simon Thorpe with the Riley Brooklands 59.13. 59.13. So 55.02. Best of the runs so far in this second practice session. David McRobert. Time for 37.59.39. 59.39. Butler with the Riley 12.4 Special. Eight is Marcus Frieda with the Riley TT Sprite Rep, and he's also under a minute. 58.92. Michael James in the Cotton Special, waiting for a time for him in 39. 52.21. That's a pretty sharp time for Michael James. 52.21. The last two cars in this group are double driven. I think that will be the end of the batch. Course car indeed going up. Car 40 is Kevin Morton. Shared car. 1100 Riley 58.58. And car 89 is at the end of that group. the 89 that's in the programme, that's for sure. 93's gone up. Again, a change from our programmed runners, so we'll get those inked in for you later on. Wiscombe Park, cracking venue, been hosting Speed Hillclimb since 1958. Coincidentally, the year I was born. But, I started coming here in the middle part of the 1970s to watch the British Hillclimb Championship games. Always fantastic. Engineering expertise as well as driving expertise these days. The British Championship rounds are in July this year, 25th and 26th.
Time for bike number 1, 43.13, 43.13 for bike number 1. And for bike number 2, 3.13, 43.13 for bike number 1. And for bike number 2, 42.32.
On Sunday, Wildlife Autosports is July 25th and 26th. 5 clubs in charge on September the 5th and 6th. We've got the MG Car Club on the 12th of September and the
42.32, 42.32.
The 13th.
Marcus.
Dave.
I'm with John Dent. We just got a little chat about, I think you may have lost me. John's Cooper. 1954, that's older than both of us, you realise. John, your car, how long have you been competing with this car?
But previous to that, I competed with a Mark 6 as a 500 and a V-twin. In years gone by.
Yeah, and now, I think, is that a Jap engine in here?
Yes, a Jap.
Tell us a little bit about it.
I can't remember much about it. I built it myself. We build engines, I build engines. It's got a modern rod and bottom end in it, so keep it safe, we hope.
Does it take much maintenance, or are you able to get for a season or 2 or 5?
Once you build them right, they're right. Yes. We also make barrels as well, so, and I've got a V-twin here as well with one of my sons, which some of those barrels are made at home.
Proper family affair with the Dents, isn't it? Proper family affair, you Dents.
Family affair. I first came here in 1960 with 2 toddlers. Those toddlers are both here today. Not as toddlers, they're now grown up into 60, pensioners' age now, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I know the feeling on that one. So, this one, is there a history to this car? Is there a fascinating history?
Not a lot. Came from Belgium some number of years ago. Brian Jolliffe rescued it from Belgium and rebuilt it. Used it at Goodwood for a couple of years, and then somebody else bought it, and then I bought it again. So I'm sort of the third owner since Brian Jolliffe built it.
And the other car you got here, which obviously your son's, and I take it that's Oliver. So is Oliver driving 2 cars today? Because he's down in the entry list for 2.
Oliver's driving the Hornet.
Oh, right. So we got Oliver there. Oh, sorry, that's Oliver Clothier. I get 2 Olivers mixed up then.
Yeah, no, Oliver's driving the Hornet, which is a 500 that I had many, many years ago. Passing through the family.
Yeah. Is there another generation to take them on afterwards?
I have a great granddaughter who does compete. but she's at university at the moment, so not here.
That's nice to hear, because it is great. I mean, because you know that the cars are going to pass on into safe hands as years go by, don't you?
Sorry, I'm not.
Sorry, the cars behind us. I said it means the cars will pass on to safe hands as generations go by.
Yes, that's it. That's it. The general idea, isn't it? Yes.
It is really. Yeah. Well, yeah. Thanks for that. I will probably come back around a bit later on and maybe have a chat with Oliver. He can tell us a bit more about the Hornet then, can't he?
I haven't heard that.
I said I'll come back a bit later and chat with Oliver and he can tell us a bit about the Hornet.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, John. Enjoy your day here with us, won't you? You've got some lovely weather with you. Nice, it's not too bright, but it's nice. So, I think the next batch is coming out now, Marcus. So I'll hand back to you.
Thank you very much. Cars now coming forward are the cars in the 40s in terms of their numbers. Looks like it's David Pryke on the line with the Morgan 4.4. Dating back to 1936. Quick car 2 and a quick car driver combo. Three-wheeled Morgan going away. .45 on the way down. That'll be an exciting car to watch. It'll be young Finn Cameron with the 1150cc Morgan three-wheeler. Mighty machine. Time for 42, David Pryke, 50.35. .44 on the hill is the big Lagonda. Who can get under 50? So 42 David Pryke, very promising 50.35. Car 43, 59.11. That's 45 on the hill, Finn Cameron. One of the Cameron clan with the little Morgan. Again, going back 90 years to 1936. Some Austins coming down. We've got some beautiful MGs as well. Time for 44. Paul Ginnings with the Lagonda 1680 is an 82.98. 82.98. Another Morgan away. Time for 45. 45, and that is Finn Cameron with the Morgan three-wheeler. 52.01. 52.01. So that is a promising opening for the youngster. Harry Baxter in the HRG going up now. Very promising young driver. I think he raced it for the first time at Silverstone earlier this year. He's done some speed events before. Car that it's the William Mahaney car that's been so successful over the years. Car 46.68.06. That is Bernie Muir with the Alvis Eagle Special. And car 47, Brett Gregson with the Morgan Supersports 89.97. Wonderful collection of Austins making their way down. A couple more to go before we get to them. Very strong car, class 6. Time for 48 is a 58.16. 58.16. That's Harry Baxter with the HRG. No signal yet for the next car to start. We're away into the next class. In fact, I think that's Anthony Lockham going up in the Alvis 1250. Yep, now we're getting to our MGs. You can hear that supercharger. Paul Mullins with the MG K1 Magnet on the MG Triple M register. And away it goes. What a glorious looking car. It sounds fabulous. Sort of field of more than 20 cars racing at Castle Coombe last weekend. All three quick one aposto type cars were out at the front. Points, Colonel and Roland Wettstein from Switzerland. The Wilkie Wilkinson Bellevue Special in the hands of Steve McAvoy, close second in race 2. And we also saw Adrian Beer go quickly in the car that his grandfather Sid Beer raced. And intriguingly, all three of those cars were at the first race meeting in September 1948. So, 49, 60.40. That was the Alvis, I think. 50 was next up. Paul Mullins in the MG Magnet. 1500 supercharged. 55.62. Can James Burmester get close with the MG PA? This is a 937cc car. Number 51. Pretty monotype body on it. And the answer is 60.48 for 51. James Burmester and then Simon Caldwell K-type. 1273cc car. That's the third of the MGs. We're into the Austin 7s now. Excellent field of these in all shapes, sizes and colours. Red flag though, unfortunately, so there's been a problem further up the hill. And that is a stoppage just before Sawbench hairpin. So I think that was the third of the MGs stopped there. Simon Caldwell, and then the Austin was stopped. I could be wrong. I'm trying to look on the screens as to who has. It was 53 that failed. That was Nick Pearson with the Austin Cadet, but was it signalled? 74.47 was 52, which was. No, that's right. Simon Caldwell in 52 did get to the top in 74.47. Car at Sawbench was flagged, I think, so that's what I've been told. So it's Nick Pearson and John Galley were on the course as far as I can see. 57 I can see in the lineup, which is Chris Pickering. There's a car ahead of him. Can't make it out through the grasses, the ornamental grasses. So I think that 56, 57 and 58. 58 is certainly there. And that is Robert Barbett with an Austin 7 Ulster rep. 59 is the unpainted alley-bodied mono car. That's Darren Darchambault, Austin 7 Sport. Then we go back to number 60, Nick Allen with the Austin 7 Shelsley Special, an intriguing confection with transverse Austin engine and gearbox in the back. 61, Peter Hodson with Austin 7 with a pointed tail, and then the very sleek looking car number 62, which is Rick Permain Looks like it's been plucked straight out of Brooklands. Whatever the commotion is up the hill, it's been sorted by the marshals, and it looks like 53 failed and the 54 car therefore. Let's have a look. 55 didn't get anything. 54, so 55 Graham Beckett with the Austin Simplicity, that was flagged. We'll get another run. Great way to start competing if you're into vintage cars. Many of the most successful vintage racers, historic racers, graduated from Austin Sevens and the VSCC. Away in a flurry of wheel spin. It's Chris Pickering. Time meanwhile for 56, which is Peter Howard. 66.02. New car on the hill is making its way towards Sawbench, the first of the hairpins. Time meanwhile for 57. Chris Pickering, 67.72. 7's going down. 63 Spicer. 7 Holstein. Primrose yellow. 64 the familiar. 7 David Fennell. 69.20 is the time for 58, which is Robert Barbett. Looks like it's pretty safe up in Howard on the 66.02, 66, 67, 72, 57, 69, 20, 58. 59, Darren Darchambeau, very good sub-minute, 58.37, 58.37. Darren Darchambeau in 59. Time for number 60. Nick Allen with the Austin 7 Shelsley Special. A rapid 53.79. 53.79. Time for 61. Honiton is a 71.20. 28. He's 28. 71.28. Well away from the line. Mike Spicer ahead of him on the hill. Time for 62, which is Rick Permain, is 61.79. David Fennell's round saw bench, making his way up to the top to Martini. Time for 63 meanwhile. Mike Spicer, 57.77.
Back wheel off. Yeah. Yeah. Got it. Yeah. Well done.
65. Jonathan Lazell ascends in 63.79. 63.79 for Jonathan Lazell. Samuel Archer and Rufus Flan should complete the task. Rufus Flan, also seen out in Formula Junior circuit racing. And we're into Fraser Nash's now. Archer, 57.61. He's in the thick of the chasing pack within this class. Those sort of times this afternoon. And 67. That is Rufus Flan, 67 Super Sports, 57.83. So you've got a 50 in this class. You've got a 57.61, 57.77, 57.83. Class 68. Flag on the hill. I think that's the end of the session. '68. That's Jeremy Flan, Fraser Nash Super Sports. That's 53. Class 70 is Joe Blakeney Edwards and a 57.18. I believe that 69 Paul Yallop is a non-starter. And car 71, David Knight, Fraser Nash TT rep.
Oh, yeah.
That's 57.18, so it's 4 in the 57s. Did Joe Blakeney Edwards do? A splendid 53.07. 53.07, so 53.96 for Jeremy Flan, quicker Joe Blakeney Edwards on that 53.07. 53.79 earlier on for car 60. Nick Allen, the Sharsley Special Austin. So that's been eclipsed. Yeah, Joe Blakeney Edwards quickest in that Nash class. One of our very rapid lady drivers. And the car's come back down the hill.
Ah, what's they coming back, Marcus? I'm with Ben Abbott's with this lovely Morris Minor Traveller. Bit of an unusual car to see in speed events, Ben. Obviously great fun though, isn't it?
Oh, it's great fun, yeah.
So tell us a bit about the choice of the Minor Traveller and what you've done to it. Because I see you've run a 1275, which in 1955 was not an option, was it? I mean, it was probably an 83 sidecar, was it? 48, wasn't it?
Then they were 950, then they were
Did you build this yourself?
Underneath it looks brand new, it just doesn't on top.
Now, my memories of Morris Minor D garage, and as an apprentice in a BMC garage, I always had to do the Morris Minor brake master cylinder replacements. What a lovely job, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what they were thinking of there. I'll put a new one in, so hopefully I won't have to do it again for a while.
We always used to take the bolts out and put them in the other way around because you'd never get the bolts past the torsion bar, could you?
Yeah, that's the way to do it. It's all about little tricks like that.
So, you were saying to me just now, you've actually got a VSCC car as well. What's that?
It's a 1927 Morris Oxford, what they call a flat nose, with an engine from a Ford Model A.
Again, was that a self-built? I think there's a car coming in behind us. Let's just move over so we don't get run over. Terrible to get run over halfway through, wasn't it? Was that a self-built thing, or was that like already built when you bought it?
No, I bought a bare chassis and built it totally from the ground up. A mate of mine built the ash frame for the body, but I've done everything else.
So you went for that choice of engine?
The Model A Ford engine gives you an awful lot of power for not very much money. And unlike most vintage cars, you can buy engines really quite freely. They're not particularly rare or valuable, which is useful for someone like me,
Yeah. So you were saying to me just now, you're doing auto jumble tomorrow?
Yeah. Try and sell some bits and pay for the entry. That's the idea.
So that's a good way to do it, though, isn't it? So if you recoup your costs over the weekend, it makes very good economic sense.
Yeah, I usually manage to make this a free weekend.
That's a good way to do it. I do like that. You actually, unfortunately, couldn't do your commentary sheet, so you're going to try and do one as the day goes on. So, Marcus, you should have some more info on the Morris Minor by this afternoon.
Yeah, I'll try and get that done for you.
That'd be good. So, anyway, enjoy your time here in the Minor. Hopefully, you'll have a successful auto jumble tomorrow. The cars are coming in behind us again now, so wherever we stand, we seem to be in the way. But enjoy your time here today, and good luck with your auto jumble tomorrow. Hopefully you'll cover your costs.
Righto, thanks a lot. I'll see you later.
Got anything worth selling? Anything good in amongst the auto jumble? Come on, let's plug it.
Oh, it's all good and it's all cheap.
Well done. Thanks very much. So it's Ben Abbott's with that Morris Minor Traveller. Quite a different vehicle. I mean, the other Morris Minor, of course, which would be very, very, I should say, fresh in our minds, of course, was Nick Mann's, wasn't it, Marcus?
Yeah, very much so. And the Monster Minor, which Nick Mann won the fastest road-registered car in the UK on occasions. We used to go up to Elvington in York, and the car was road-registered, and he blew off a Ford GT40 much to the chagrin of the GT40 owner. But it was a car that evolved over the years from a minor with its regular engine into, had a MGB, so a BMC B-Series engine in it for a while, then the Rover V8, which was progressively turbocharged, nitrous oxide injected, water injected, etc., etc., and a formidable weapon, which I remember he used to drive to many of the events. Based up in Oxfordshire way, I think.
He was.
And I used to arrive and then put the road tyres aside, get some race tyres out from the back seat, run it, and drive it home at the end of the day, which is absolutely brilliant. Then he built the extraordinary Manic, didn't he? The Clovens car with four-wheel drive and a helicopter turbine engine, spinning the turbo over, which was something else.
Yeah, quite an engineer, wasn't he?
Oh, amazing.
I can recall him doing Western speed trials in the minor, and it was over 130 miles an hour over the finish line. When he stopped at the finish paddock, he had to push the windscreen back into its right position because the wind had pushed it back in towards the passenger compartment.
Mighty, absolutely brilliant. So yes, fond memories of Nick Mann competing. We've got more cars coming down the line.
I'll leave it with you again, and
thank you, Dave.
We'll have another chat when we get to the next break.
That's Dave Pearce in the paddock. So 55 is coming down, running out of order, which is Graham Beckett with the Austin 7 Simplicity. That's the car that was flagged, wasn't it? As I recall, the Austin 7 Simplicity was a 750 racer, which was a Jack French built, I think, back in the day. Moving on to the 500s. If you're into circuit racing and the history of circuit racing post World War II, 500s is where you'll kick off. It's 80 years of the 500 movement, 500 travelling in commerce. Kicked off in 1946. Great car on the line. And that's little Cooper Mark 9 Jap of Amy Turner doing her first competitive event this weekend. This is the car that husband Andy Preps has been in the family since 1967, when Andy's late father, John Turner, one of the great sages of 500 racing, was one of the guys who got together and kicked off the 500 Owners Association. He paid a princely sum of £260 for it in 1967, which sounds quite inexpensive, doesn't it? But what else could you buy in those times for 260 quid? Amy's got it to the top already this morning, and seemed very confident about stepping into the cockpit. A car that's raced every year bar one since 1967. The late John Turner raced it up to 2022. Served Andy Turner later on, walking up the paddock to drive beautiful Cooper V Twin. Now on the line and away is Richard Robarts, who the first Formula 3 race I saw at Folkestone in 1973. Went on to drive briefly for Bernie Ecclestone's Formula 1 Brabham team. He started 74, in 3 events, something like that. And late model chap. Richard was very rapid here last year. Away has gone the Iota of Mike Wood, Bristol in the early 50s. Some of the times, 62. Turner, the Quick Mark 9, 66.24. Car 73 with is Finn McIntosh for the Cooper Mark 6. 53, 45. Car 74, which is Richard Robarts. 49.62. That sets the pace. Wait till we see on the hill Tommy Waterfield in the only Cooper that's here this weekend with a Norton engine in it. That was a powerful unit, but at the moment they're just scratching their heads. Waterfield won a historic Grand Prix Cars Association race in Donington last week with an ex-Roy Salvadori Cooper Type 53 Grand Prix car. But it's going to be worth watching if they get that car running properly. Car is Leston, grandson of Les Leston, 1954 British Formula 3 champion. So who's going to get close to Richard Robarts' 49.62? Well, car 76, Mike Wood with the Iota, Speed Secretary of the 500 OA, 52.06. Car 78 is Mark Riley with the Creamer Special. See Creamer, the Jaguar dealer from South London, raced this car, an eponymous car. And car 78, 50.95, 50.54 for 79, which is Hamish Cameron Evely with the Cooper Mark 8. And car 80, Alistair Dent, 5, did a 53.05. Car 81 is Oliver Clothier, Jap, did a 56.24. John Dent, Cooper Mark 8, 53.13. Majority of the Formula 3 cars were Coopers from period and here. We've got the French Gouzy number 2, the French blue car with the Triumph V-twin engine. That is JB Jones. Car originally fitted with a French Violet. Now charging along is the Kieft CK53 of Chaz Reynolds from Cheshire. I think they turned out car this chap engine again. Car's built in Bridgend in South Wales by Cyril Kieft. Car 83 was Oliver Dent in the Hornet, 57.53. 84, Andy Rayner, a couple of good race results at Snetterton a couple of weeks back, 52.35. So 84, Andy Rayner. 52.35, 86.
Ready.
First of all, 85, JB Jones with the Kusi 53.10. And just fractionally quicker, 86, Jazz Reynolds in the Kieft, 53.07. 53.07. So at the moment, 74 Richard Robarts on a 49.62 leads the way. 87 Jonathan Morris with the South African Way with the Jap edge. Went very well at Snetterton recently, quickest of his class. So the 59.52 today so far. Of course, these are just sizing runs, these are practice runs. All start from 0 later in the day. Car number 90. That is Kim Chilver with Smith Mark 3. A 62.34. Guy just said Jonathan Morris on the way at 59.52. Looks like the Keen on the line. See, it's running out of order. The Keen, which is a Danish car, inspired by the Cooper, basically Cooper copy. Red flag though, so that would indicate a problem further up. Car 91 it was that failed. It was Vince Chester with the Trenberth Special, the Murray Trenberth Special Australian car powered by a Vincent motorcycle engine. Car that was raced for many, many years by Kerry Horan. Who, as I recall, was Australian but based in the States. So the Trenberth Vincent looks like it hasn't made it up, which would have meant that the following car would have been flagged. That would have been number 92, Dennis Bissell, with the front-engined Emerson 51 car powered by a 1947 Jap engine. Yes, red flag. That will come back for another run. I think there's a couple of the 500s with late withdrawals. We have yet to see the Cooper Norton go in the hands of Tom Waterfield. Car 88 was flagged as well. That's Mark Willis with the Keen with the Jap engine. So the Keen is on its way back down, which is Mark Willis. It'll be turned round on the grass. So we should be ready to go any second. Just debating what to do down there at the moment. If we run through this class then, it's still quickest is 74. Richard Robarts in the bright yellow. Cooper Mark 11 on that 49.62. We've got in the 50s number 78, which is Mark Riley with the Creamer going well. Haven't seen that car out for a while. 50.95. Quicker still number 79, which is Hamish Cameron Evely. Another Cooper 50.54. They are the class pace setters so far. It's worth thinking back to the Formula 3 days of the 1950s, when the first British Championship was run in 1951. It became officially Formula 3 in 1950. In 51, Eric Brandon was champion in one of the Curie Richmond Cooper Mark V's. Alan Brown, his teammate, won the Luxembourg Grand Prix that year, driving another of the cars. Arthur's mottos were pretty much if it weighed something, it weighed too much, and if it cost something, it cost too much. But the Mallocs, the Malloc U2s, were instrumental in getting quite a lot of the quick drivers through to the championship ranks.
They were so adaptable, weren't they? You could put almost any power of any CC.
Later they did, but I mean, in the old days, I remember seeing Chris Kramer in one, and then you sort of go on. Martin Griffiths was another Malloc exponent, and I'm thinking sort of forward to the likes of Martin Groves and one or two of the other drivers who David Grace came up through with a Malloc, and others too. And for a while, the Mallocs, you'd see them get into the top 12 occasionally, sort of lower end of the top 12, unless they were in the Channel Islands, where there were some very, very quick drivers over there. With them, Jeff Gill comes to mind. But it wasn't just Mallocs. Of course, we had Visions as well. Kenny Allen in Scotland was an absolute ace in Vision. Graham White Jr. was another very rapid driver who grew up on Mallocs. And Andy Prio, of course, who won the RAC British Hillclimb Championship in 1995, went on to win the European Touring Car Championship for BMW, then 3 successive World Touring Car titles.
I think I'm right in saying that Graham Prio actually secured the championship at the, as it was then, the National 5 Clubs event here, because
Andy
Andy, sorry, and they dumped him in a water top.
How charming!
Yeah, as is tradition.
That's
now it's a bucket of water over their head, isn't it?
Rites of passage.
Yeah, because I seem to remember him sort of dripping at the prize giving at the end of the day.
Graham, his dad, was a lovely guy. He won a few Hillclimb championship rounds, and he was a just knowing that Graham Prio, yes, he won some Hillclimb rounds in support of Andy, and he passed away a year or so ago. He'd been suffering from Parkinson's disease for many years, and but delightful fellow. Went across to his funeral and bumped into a lot of the old Hillclimb sort of crew over in Guernsey, and have some very, very fond memories of socialising with the Prios.
It looks like you've got some cars coming your way again now.
Do.
So
I'll
keep wandering, and eventually I'll find somebody who doesn't run as fast or runs slower than me, and I might be able to catch up with them.
Well, we're into the Allard class. Double-driven Allard K1, got an Allard P-type and the P1 fastback. Ben Stevens' car. Sydney Allard built these cars. They would tend to be fairly robust ladder chassis with big American engines in them, and they were successful in rallies, Monte Carlo Rally, and other major events. And of course, the Mark also went to Le Mans with the J2 X's and the slab-sided full-bodied ones as well. And they were played by massive engines. I raced one in a historic event at Spa a few years ago with a 5.4 litre Cadillac V8 in it. Quite scary, but survived and got on the hill now. John Bunting with the little Jedi. There are Return of the Jedi. Here it is, Kawasaki 1 litre engine. So it'll be this is a 10, says ZR10 engine. And this is a chassis. There's a Mark IV from the Corvette Enterprise. So car 104 is Honiton. He's gone up 58. See a Scooby coming down. 111. Thorn in the mighty 5 litre Rover powered Pilbeam. This is the car that Martin Bolsover used to win the British Hillclimb Championship. Thorn pushing the Wisconsin MP43-2. He's hurtling up the Gulf Straight now into Martini. Back on the power with great joy of this. Does it make good power, but more importantly it makes really good torque. So it pulls from nothing. So a 5 litre John Eels built Rover V8. And away goes Andrew Forsyth. So away goes John. And he is chassis 1400cc motorbike engine. He's hurtling towards the top. Time for 8. Rodney Thorne in the Pilbeam Rover 40.06. A time for 109. Andrew Forsyth 37.19. Andrew's been coming here since he was in nappies, I should say, because the family was steeped in Wiscombe history, and he's shot to the top in a low 39. It's a very impressive time indeed. We've got the Scooby going now. 10. Peter Easley, Mansfield SEI 52.58. That's a stout time. 1500cc Ford Cortina GT. George Pinder leads the line. Rupert Riles on his way with the Scooby-Doo Bretzer. With its horizontally opposed engine. Cortina's going almost silently. It's off the lines. Simon Taylor, career motorsport journalist and magazine publisher in the amazing HWM Stovebolt Special. Formula 2-type HWM chassis driven its original form by Sterling Moss among others. Moss, the greatest alumnus of the 500cc movement, powered by this Chevy engine, and Simon drives it here on the road. Time for 1 mile in the Subaru 4472, car 112. George Pinder in the GT Cortina. It's GT version 1500cc from 1966. Is a 58.32. Got the Radical on the hill now. It's had some gearbox problems last week. Car 113, which which is Simon Taylor, 50.36. They're setting the targets for them for their own personal competitions this afternoon. The Allard Coupe, the sort of Langheck Coupe, didn't get further than the approach to the start line, unfortunately. Car 105 himself at the moment. Car 114. Meanwhile, Trevor Parsons with the Caterham with 1800cc K-Series motor in it. Over-K motor 46.80 and a 45.19 for 115, which is Dominic Bishop with the Radical SR4 powered by the ZZR 12 Kawasaki 1200 engine. Now we're seeing on the hill the Cooper of Hobbit Hannum. That Reg Broom drove for many a year. Formula Junior Formula 3 racing now runs a Lotus twin cam engine. Hobbit Hannum, the auto electrician from Devon. Highway. See that quite a bit in Formula Ford as well. Still to go. 117, which is Mark Everett with the TVR Griffith, 45.82. 116, David Gill with a Fiat Punto, excellent 51.68.
Something's going on. We found something.
50.23. That's James Hunt with the Cooper Mark 8. Number 140. It's one of the additions to the program. That's a 63.34. I'll detail that a bit later when I show you the numbers. Some double-driven Triumphs still to go. Time for 163 is a 56. 63.
Yeah, the third car, right?
163, that's Joe Spicer with the Austin 7 Ulster. 40, that was Ethan Harris with the Riley 9. 63.34. 8 was David Lord S. 50.94. Was Darren Mower with the Audi TT, 50.5. 500 waiting to go. That is the Smith with its second driver. Saw Kim Chilver take it up earlier on, and now it should be Stuart Barnes at the wheel. 124. That's Tristan Blake in the Triumph TR4. Unfortunately, didn't reach the top. I think they're trying to turn the TR3A of Chris Smith around. Marshall's busy in the S's region, trying to turn the Triumph, which doesn't have the tightest of locks by the looks of things. So it'll come back for a rerun. I think we're owed a go for a couple of the 500s as well. Looks like we've got Richard Ashford to come down in the what has become 100, which is the number originally ascribed to his Cooper Formula Junior, but that's yes, that's been recalcitrant. So he's now at the controls of Ruth Ross's early Cooper. It was a works competition car, driven in period with a 500 single and a Jap twin. It's by John Cooper and Derek Brandon, owned by Ruth Ross for the last 23 years.
So, do you think we're in for a bit of a break, or
No, there's a turnaround up in
the TR coming back down, isn't there?
That should be coming down, and it's on its way.
Yeah.
But the car ahead of it failed. I'm not sure how or why.
I've got a 16-year-old driver with me. I mean, and that's the way to be, isn't it? You know, young, getting on with it. Murray, son of Bella Murray, grandson of Guy Murray. So quite a bit of motoring history in there, isn't there, Murray?
Yeah, definitely. There's like, I guess, 3 generations of Murrays coming here.
So, I mean, I just said to you, you're in the Mini now, but will there be a time when we see you in the Cooper Harley?
Yeah, well, hopefully next year when I get my license to drive on the roads, and yeah, definitely fingers crossed.
Well, let's hope so, because it'd be great to see the 3rd generation out, and wouldn't it, Marcus? We've seen the car for years.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in my journalistic career, I'm reporting now on grandchildren of those who I saw competing when I was first doing it.
We're getting old, mate. That's what the problem is.
Well, that's unfortunately true, but so you can't you can't dictate against that. We've got the
slides in again, are they?
The Cooper V Twin is on its way down. We've got I think the 500 is still ahead of it, which is the Smith.
So, how many events you done now, Murray?
Probably about 7, maybe 6, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, mostly down here in the southwest, I take it.
Yeah, definitely down here. Done Clay and Chip also down here.
Both sprints, obviously. So, which do you prefer, hills or sprints?
Hills, definitely. It's just like, it's almost completely different.
It is, isn't it? It's a great atmosphere. And Mum looking after you, or does she just wander off?
Bit both.
She's wandered off now because she saw me with a microphone. Anyway, I see we got cars back running. Thank you, Murray. Great to see somebody so young. You're going back to do your exams, you say?
Yeah, on Monday I've got my first GCSE, so exciting.
Well, good luck on that, and enjoy your day. And obviously, you say you're not here tomorrow, but obviously the Mini's too new for tomorrow anyway. But great, and we look forward to seeing you out in the Cooper Harley at some point in the future.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks, Murray.
We've got another red flag, unfortunately, and the 500 doesn't seem to have got to the top.
Many years ago, when I used to help Clark this meeting, it was always like, will they make it to the top or won't they? And they have become far more reliable now than what they were like 10 years ago, I must say. You know.
It's funny what you're saying to Murray there about sprints and hills. I mean, it's sort of the same discipline but different, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
And some prefer hills, some prefer sprints. I mean, I used to love both.
Yeah.
But for me, I think a circuit type sprint for me was just like the first lap of a race.
Yeah.
Just went hell for leather because there's no one to overtake, or no one to overtake you maybe. Yeah, it was. I used to love going to places
Coombe,
like
places
Pembrey
like
for national sprints, and
Yeah.
got my best results there.
So in your driving days, I can remember seeing you in. Was it the March, the Bancroft Carpets car? Was it a March?
The sovereign car. Various. I mean, I think I competed here with Barry Groombridge in both his Modus, the old Ken McMaster car that won the British Hillclimb Championship round at was it Pontypool in the mid 1970s, and then the March 79B, the Joe Sposato car from California, which I helped get in for him. Those are 1600 cars. But I also competed here in Richard Earl, the other Port Wrinkles Lotus 7 and his Reynard. And of course in 92, very poignantly, in Pete Wright's ex-Alan Brown Luxembourg Grand Prix winning Cooper Mark V, and a Jedi with a Suzuki triple in it, which was the car. Another interesting car.
Pete used to sit in that seat you're sat in now, didn't he, at one point for the 500 owners?
There you go. The Jedi I drove that day was Ian Blunt's, and he was a long-time circuit racer as well. He raced minis for a long time as well. So, yeah. So enjoyed competing here at Wiscombe very, very much, and was just very, very grateful to be able to drive some nice cars and finally beat 40.
That's it, isn't it? Your PB. Can you remember your PB?
39:22 or 23.
Yeah.
In 1991 in the March 79B, which was a fabulous car.
Yeah. So times have moved on. Obviously, times have come down. Hill records.
Well, you've got lighter, more specialised cars
exactly,
now with more, better power to weight ratio, more downforce. Some exceedingly skillful and brave drivers, and yes, I mean, over my time, I think I competed in 220 events or something like that, but in 140 odd different cars.
Well, some sort of record, isn't it? Have you done your biography yet? And all your musings that needs to be done.
Only about 4 people would be interested, so that's
Don't
fine. So we'll
believe
put
it.
that aside.
Yeah, don't you believe it? Anyway, see, we got the Allard down there now, so hopefully that will keep running and make it to the top. And,
Sidney Allard and Tom Lush, weren't they? He was sort of right-hand man building the Allards, and the Steyr Allard, which is a remarkable device, was one of the early Hillclimb Championship winners, using a transmission system from an Austrian Steyr armoured car, I think. Or was it the engine and transmission? It was an air-cooled V8, wasn't it? So we've got the Cooper Twin on the line now, which is Richard Ashford. Doing baptism of fire going up the hill. .125 was red flagged, 190 failed.
Please, refocus your voice.
Here goes Richard Ashford. Committed getaway in a car that's unfamiliar to him. Towards the gate. Turns in. Keeps plenty of momentum all the way to Saw Bench. First of the hairpins at Wiscombe. Right-handed hairpin onto the top straight, which undulates quite a bit. It's quite interesting. It's relatively steep, but it does undulate, and it's quite a challenge. And there goes the GR3. Fraser Nash's got to the top. Beautiful tail slide coming out of it. That's one of the things I really about driving Pete Wright's car here. It was quicker from turn into Martini at the top to the finish line. It had so much torque relative to its weight. It was quicker than the full Atlantic March at that point. So away has gone, very frustratingly. This is the Dennis Bissell Emerson chap, which unfortunately has spluttered to a halt. He's got it going again, and so it'll just be a gentle sighting run for the front-engined 500, but it's having a bit of a struggle, I'm afraid. And then we should have Ollie Leston at the wheel of the Nick Ross. Tim Ross, I'm sorry, Cooper Norton. But unfortunately, the Emerson has not got very far. In fact, it's just about got to the gate. So the Emerson chap is a bit naughty. You never know though whether they sit down, get a little bit warm, and then don't want to run. Then they get a bit too cold and don't want to run. And
yeah, it's
part of the joy, really.
It's failed to proceed, as the old phrase, isn't it? Yeah. So we'll soon be into the motorcycles as well, won't we?
Yeah, we've got a time for 120, 100 was a 49.06 for Richard Ashford, so that's a very good opener. And car 125, Chris Smith with the Triumph TR3A when he finally got a run, 53.33.
So while we've got a few moments, obviously at the end of the motorcycles, everybody will be coming down off the hill for their lunch. Just to remind everybody that we need to give the marshals on the hill priority at the food queues. But just over having a look, we got Tracy dealing with a very nice selection of ice creams and chocolates and donuts, of course. Not the sort of donuts you see on the track, but the sort of donuts that you eat covered in sugar.
Are they low-calorie ones?
Are they? They got low-calorie centres.
Good.
There's nothing in the centre that's going to upset you.
Is that the ones like in the Pizza Express where they fill it with salad and call it leggera?
Oh, no, we got cinnamon, sugar, chocolate or Nutella.
Oof.
I only know that because it's written there and I can read those words. And then on the other end of the catering, we got Darren doing the coffees. But as well as coffees, he's got a very nice selection of fudge. Do you like fudge?
It's a little sweet, isn't it?
I'll have yours.
You can have mine, that's fine.
Yeah, so we got creamy, salted caramel, Biscoff, mint and chocolate, millionaires, fudge, rum and raisin, and caramel. Oh, cookies and cream, chocolate and strawberry and cream, all these different fudges, and cakes. Now, I'm a little bit of a passionate about cakes.
You're a cakeaholic, are you?
Oh, yeah, it has been said. But, yeah, all available here with the catering, with Darren doing all that, and the more upmarket coffees, your espressos, your macchiatos.
You like all this stuff, you see, but you don't seem to be carrying the success ballast that I am, but I just don't have any success to go with it.
Yeah.
I blame my father's build.
Yeah. But yeah, it's great to.
They've got the Emerson back down into the slot at Wiz Corner, so behind the course car.
Be recommencing any minute now then.
They should, yes, absolutely. And
I'd say if everybody could remember when the marshals come down off the hill, just to give them priority at the food queues, that would be excellent. Thank you very much.
There we go. So we've got on the start line now. Tim Ross's Cooper 500 with Norton engine, driven this time by Ollie Leston, grandson of 1954 British Formula 3 champion. There's Leston. And Ollie's charging. This is classic Cooper Mark 9s.
Okay.
To 1955, first of the 3 years running, Jim Russell won the championships. Or a sick off, so it seems to be called in the States. The first to come down. Time for 175, which is hardly less than a 52.88. 52.88. The number 7 motorcycle is the first to come down. I wonder if it really is number 7 or whether it's the 244 in the programs. There's some lovely programs available, and that would make sense because it's in KTM orange. With a hoover just to get some temperature into that back tyre. There it is. Being in your own time at this point, hooks it into the air. Makes a lot of growl for a 250. And he's absolutely runs up towards the gate. Right leg out, left leg out. Is it a double ridden bike? Because the vehicle's going up now to fetch the batch down. Maybe it's one that's going twice.
Marvellous. When you were talking Allards just now, I happened to spot, if you look to your left, or straight forward actually, there's a beige one with number 14 on the door. Now, this car has done Paris-Peking with Kate, who I'm standing with here from Star Cross, just over the other side of the river. And wonderful history to this car, and you used it competitively for quite some time, didn't you, Kate?
We have. We've used it very competitively. If it was there, we'd do it.
Now, normally you have a massive Great Union flag hanging off the back. No flag today?
No, we haven't, because we had a bit of work done because I wrecked the car. So we had some work done and we haven't put the bracket back for the flag yet. Still got the flag, still got the bracket, got to get the two together.
So Paris-Peking in an Allard, that must have been quite an adventure.
Well, actually, it was Star Cross to Hong Kong.
Was it? See, my geography was never good at school, let alone now.
Yeah, so it was 3 months and it was absolutely incredible. And bless her, she never missed a bit. Marvellous. Every night, husband checked her out, sorted everything, and off we went. So we were very, very lucky. It was a marvellous thing to do. But we'd already done several other big events. We'd done...
So away is gone. Very frustratingly, Chris or Emerson jam, which
it's always something to put a smile to my face to see you out driving. You're always so like enjoying
tweaks going up.
She's a big old tub, plenty of play, but lovely, lots of grunt, good old feeling.
Leg out, left leg out.
maybe alcohol, but that's about it.
I'd rather have a V8.
Oh, lovely, Kate. I mean, like I say, it's great to see you here with it. Obviously, we've got a few other Allards and a few Allards competing. Yeah, and that's a beautiful looking saloon, isn't it?
he used to have the J2, the big racy job, and he's very clever and competitive in everything, which I'm not. I'll go for it, but just for fun. As long as I have fun, I'm not bothered about it. But some are better than that.
Yeah, it is motorsport though, isn't it? It's why we got into motorsport, a lot of us, just for the enjoyment factor. And you're obviously still getting that. You're getting 21 years old.
Yeah, I do. I still ride a motorbike as well, so I enjoy doing that. And I enjoy my car. And I've got another 1934 Morris. It was my dad's. So I do like them. I do. It's just a bit of fun, isn't it? Dear God, you've got to enjoy it. You've got to enjoy life.
You're dead right, yeah. So thanks for that. Anyway, lovely to see you here. I haven't seen you at Wiscombe before. I've caught you several places with a microphone, but never Wiscombe, have I?
We've been to Wiscombe before. After we'd done the Paris Peking thing, we were asked to do a demo here. So we flew off up the hill and did all the things we were asked to do. But normally we come with an ordinary car. So, but this year they've got the Allard, so we thought we'd just do it. Why not? We'll come over and join them.
I'll do it. Lovely. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
It's all right. So, lovely, adventurous lady there, Marcus.
Absolutely.
And she's coming back. She thought of something.
Oh.
So just saying that the red one is now going and got to the top of the hill, and I'm going to try and catch up with the gentleman in that a bit later on as the day goes on.
And we might find why the coupe has been recalcitrant as well. The 105 has been sitting here.
Right.
So everyone can admire it, I suppose.
Yeah, well, Ben, who drives that, I seem to remember him in the TR3 many years ago with his father. So obviously interested in historic type of vehicles, of course. So I'm just looking at Mike here with his Riley Special, which he's stopped on the hill, and I'm going to guess that he may have an issue as regards parking brakes and pulling away. So let's see what happens. Lovely Riley Special, all handcrafted. No, that's got to run it again.
That's the Riley Cotton Special,
yes.
Isn't it?
Yes. There he goes. Because the problem is these cars have no form of parking brake, do they?
No, that's right.
So anybody who's on the paddock return road, if you could make sure it's kept clear for the cars that are coming back now, that'd be appreciated.
So you've got a good crop of bikes waiting to go for their second runs, and they'll be topped at the end by the trike and the pair of sidecars.
Yeah. Young Mr. Short out there at the front on his bike, he's the man to watch. He generally sets the world alight.
Got Mark Short on the 450 Honda. Well, it's 508 in the program, I think.
Yeah, Mark Short.
Oh, there's
Tom
Callum Short as well.
Tom
There's
Short,
Callum Short on 4.
There's a lot of shorts, They seem to dominate.
It seems to be a pair of shorts in one class. Mark and Pete, and Callum in the next class, and they're.
Then Tom Short, who holds the record for the 501 to 750 class.
Oh yes, there are 4 shorts.
Yes. You could say they're legends, or legends, is it? I can't remember. Yeah. So, all the bikes coming down now, as you say. Nice to see Peter Isaac, the MD of Wiscombe Limited, out actually having a ride on his vintage bike as well. So, he's his old Velocette from 1950s, ex-circuit race bike.
First saw Pete back at the old speed trials at Weston. Yeah.
Pete went up the speed trials many years ago on a borrowed bike, and as you know, you went under the finish banner, and then you had to slow down. And if you didn't slow down, there was a runoff onto the beach. Not that I ever sort of went fast enough to go down there, but Pete had a borrowed bike, and he got to the finish line, and he looked at the speed he was doing. He thought, "Oh, I'm almost at 130. I can get a bit more out of this." So he kept the bike wide open. Then he suddenly realised he was approaching the beach at 130 miles an hour. So he slowed it down as much as he could, and then sort of popped the bike on its side. And I was actually in the finish paddock at the time. We heard us rattling and clattering and going. And then Pete doing this imitation of an upside down spider going around in circles, heading off down onto the beach. He picked himself up, dusted himself off, went back and got the bike and rode it back. But yeah,
that doesn't sound like a particularly good look to me.
It's very humorous on reflection, but it wasn't good at the time because you didn't know where he was going to end up. It was next to Western Hospital anyway, so we didn't have to carry him far. So yeah, that was some years ago. That had to be mid-80s, I think.
Yes, I was there in the 80s. Enjoyed it very much, and went to a few of the national sprint rounds there. It was quite a good opportunity to get your engines filled with sand at the end of the season, depending on which way the wind was blowing.
Were you there when the I think it was the pubs and clubs Martin went off?
I remember the pubs and clubs Martin. Colin Cordy, wasn't it? Was one of the drivers.
I can't remember. I was actually standing on the marshal's post that it hit, and I didn't know which side to run until I realised which side the car was going, because it was rotating on the gearbox case in the one front wheel at the time. So,
yeah, I was
keep your wits about you, haven't you?
I was at the Can-Am reunion at Road America in 1996, 30 years since they had the first Can-Am championship, won by John Surtees, Liberty 70. And I was standing on a marshal's post on the main straight at Road America, Elkhart Lake in Wisconsin. And the marshal said, "Sir, you cannot stand on a marshal's post wearing shorts." So I said, "Well, why is that?" Because it was quite hot, even though we had a hurricane the previous day. And he said, "Because if a car crashes, then you could be in trouble." I said, "Well, I'll tell you what, the guy there yesterday at the speed trap at the end of the straight, or in his gearing, was pulling 204 miles an hour.
Wow.
If he has an accident, if you're in this county or the next one, there is a fair chance you may be involved."
Yes.
So I don't think shorts are going to come into the equation.
No.
And which quite amused him.
Yeah, but the old Western Speed Trials, I think the last year we ran it was about 92, and it just got to the point where it became uneconomic to run, because Woodspring Council privatised or segmented all the different things. So if you wanted a fence, you went to one department. If you wanted the road sweeper, you went to another department. And rather than have an overall bill for it, we ended up with having several bills, which mounted up to quite a lot more money. It just became uneconomic to run then. So unfortunately, the decision had to be made. And I was chairman of Burnham-on-Sea Motor Club at the time. And I thought, well, you can't risk, as it was then, like about £5,000 loss back in the 90s. So
yeah,
we decided that was, best thing to do was to save the money and invest it in other events.
Well, the bikes are with us now, and they're trying to arrange themselves in some order. Sometimes the numbers inside the bikes don't seem to correspond to anything.
Don't expect them to be numeric, is all I'm going to say. Right, I'm going to disappear now, because we'll be at lunch when we stop after this, and we can resume this afternoon.
Very much so, and glorious afternoon at Wiscombe Park. Trying glinting off, and of course I can see the one of the sidecars ready to run again at the end of the solo motorcycles, and we'll pick up some times. Jonathan Morrison, the Wave 3. Did an excellent time, if that's correct. I'll look at that later. It says 87 on the time sheet, but I'm not sure the time was feasible. So, bike 244, Patrick Evans, 46.68. That's Guy Ursel on the Swedish Husqvarna. He's done a 43.91. So no, the one that I thought was a bit of a strange time was actually a bike. It was bike 7. It doesn't appear in the program. Bike 7 was a 43.55. Bike 6 43.91. Bike 9 43.97, so they're packed together in the 43s. Bike 9 Cameron Williams with the Aprilia Creditor. Best time we've seen so far is 43.55 by the young soldier on bike 7. Bike 531, Don Parnell is familiar with, 51.84. So 450 Yamaha. Gears for our next rider, 542, Anthony Isaac, 48.80. That's the 450 Kawasaki. $48.52. 58. 551. Meanwhile, Reg Davis on the KTM 5360. Growl. The next bike goes away. 553. PT on Husqvarna. 40. 45.79. 46.53 for 555. KTM up from Paynton. $561 and 58.84. That's Pete Isaac. The Velocet for Birmingham. Very accelerative. The next bike goes up. $44.54 for 584. Caden Rolt from the KTM. Outright power capacity or handling is the way to cut a time here at Wiscombe. 44.54. Very good run. 43s are our best. There's 2 or 3 of them in the 43s, riders. 51.50 40.57. 586 Carl Crease with the Suzuki. .590 as a 44.53. Keith Haynes, KTM. From bike one. That's Tom Short on the 613cc KTM. That's the best time we've seen in this set of practice runs. Bike two, which is Tommy Hodges on the Team GV KTM. 41.29. That is how tough it was getting 40 here in the car, and these guys are doing 41 that time. 43.90, 43.37 for Big 3. Jeffrey KTM. So low 41s is the mark so far. .72.75 for Callum Short on the KTM from Bedford in North Devon. Last few solos going down now. Chevy Mitchell, number 10, 43.57. Another in the thick of the 43 posse. Keats, KTM, from Wellington, a 45.38. Running overly cleanly, I think, moving into the bigger class. 3 Simon Wilson KTMs and a 49.95. Hard up through the gears for our next rider. Meanwhile, a time for bike 819, 45.18 for Matthew Mogridge. Cameron, we've seen him in action in the car. Now he's on the bike. Jap, 1 litre Norden Jap. Ian Cameron 54.52. Trike lining up now, followed by the 2 sidecar teams. bike, John and Isaac Warren. 1 litre Suzuki trike. This is absolutely staggering to watch. 47.17 Peter Ford with the hill. 871. Mark Williams on the Honda did a 46.64. That's the Honda powered. Jane Foster away. Orange sidecar. Time in the meantime for 571. Fergus Cameron. 55.54. So 914, 48.56 for John and Isaac Warren, Suzuki trike. Simon and Jane Foster with the Honda CBR is to the top. Then the green Windle Kawasaki of Kevin and Sarah Jewell is on its way. Battle between these two. To do some double-driven cars coming up, including the Morgan, complete with passenger. To do for ACU. Action. Let's see if we've got 969. Foster. 46.17. 46.17. And 988. Kevin and Sarah Jewell on the Windle Kawasaki. A 50.05. So it's the Fosters who are leading the way on the three-wheelers at the moment. It's got a couple of cars to get to the top to complete their practice runs. Great, let's get the lunch and we'll resume later. 121 just come through there. That's the is that the Morgan? I think it might have been 121. The Morgan 5702. It's Anthony Quinn. And 122 7652. Nancy Thomas on the Morgan F4. So we've got one Allard on the hill, the red one that had the ignition issues earlier on. Recalcitrant Allard Coupe is returning to the paddock, so whatever the issue is with that car can be resolved to Delco this afternoon. And 103 70.28 70.28 for the 103 Allard, which is Jeff Pinch.
Back on post at 2.
1949
First car
Allard.
at 10 past 2.
Quite late.
Sorry?
Quite late for the restart.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Right. So it's what?
Are we putting these back on or are we just leaving them on?
Yeah.
Well, I suggest that is the last runner of the practice sessions. But one 16. Get to do it all again this afternoon. This time it's for real. So I suggest relax, enjoy the warm sunshine here in South Devon. Grab yourself something to eat or to drink, and the bar is open. Plenty of choice up here, and we'll come back and kick off before the first runs of the afternoon session here at the 500 Owners Association Speed Hillclimb 2026, marking 80 years of the 500 Club and other anniversaries along the way at this venue, which has been in operation since 1958. A wonderfully historic venue, and the atmosphere here is quite unique. It's on a lovely day, it's perfect.
We are asking
So that was the paddock announcement. The plan is that marshals will hopefully be refreshed and back on their post at 2 p.m. for a 2:10 start. So it's now just about 1:20. So it's a racing lunch hour. A lunch 50 minutes once the bikes and remaining cars are repatriated to the paddock, and the couple of 500s which have been in a sort of a social huddle at the first corner are back as well. One being the front engine Emerson and its Bissell, and the other being the Smith Mark III with its second driver. So hopefully they will get back to the paddock, be refettled and in running order. That's always one to see somebody probably in response to a young lad waving from the side of the circuit. Wildly impressed by that, I'm sure. Bikes, trikes and sidecars all the way through. And the 122 team with the Morgan there. The pairing that's come all the way from the Isle of Man to compete here at Wiscombe with us today. So great welcome to them. I met them this morning. They were walking down from the top paddock. I was able to give them a lift down to the paddock and save their legs for the exertion of the trial. Back, we'll take a break, and we'll be back on air around 2 o'clock. gentlemen, we're back in action with the 500 Owners Association Wiscombe Park Hillclimb for 2026. We've had our qualification sessions. Now we have the timed runs proper. Each competitor should be going twice. And we kick off with the Mazda MX-5 followed by the Porsche 911. We will get the times for you once they are clear of the top of the hill, and each competitor will count his or her better time of the two towards the final classification. First time recorded, number 14, which is Peter Smith with the Mazda MX-5. Time is a 51. Time for 15, which is Shane Currell with the Porsche 911. It's a 48.04. And 16, which is Paul Smith with the MK, the kit car, the MK Mach 1, and that time is a 49.71. Ben Wishart had very, very bright in the commentary box here. We're not complaining. Delighted with that. 17, James Jamieson with the Volvo virtually at the top, I think. And in fact, coming into Sawbench by the looks of things. That's the PV544 Volvo, the Beetleback Volvo, the type rallied in the 60s by Tom Trana, works driver, being chased by the Mini Cooper S, the supercharged R53 of Ruby Riggs. So waiting for a time for the Volvo, number 17. And the Mini is almost caught it actually. So there'll be two here close together in terms of the times coming up. 17 the Volvo. 96.58. And that's Jamie Jamieson and Ruby Riggs in the Mini. Looking for a time for number 18. Ruby Riggs hasn't come up yet. There we go. 57.13. Shane Currell leads. Audi TT of Kevin Baker is en route. Followed by Murray. We've got Ruby Riggs, Murray, Jamie Jamieson. There he goes, Murray. 16 GCSE start on Monday. Lucky lad. Kevin Baker waiting for a time for number 19. And this wonderful Morris Minor Traveller of Ben Abbott's next to 1275cc. Time for number 19, Kevin Baker. It's a 59.99. Get in there, just under a minute. Number 20. That's Bella out in Cooper Twin later in the day. Another great classic, the Riley 1.5 next on the line. 1.5 from the day. It was one of these campaigned with a big Rover V8 in it for a number of years on the hills by the late Alan Payne, the Smiley Riley as it was called. Great car. 20. That was Murray with a 60.47. 60.47. Next, looked like it was travelling pretty rapidly. Where's the Moggy? The Riley has come up to Sawbench. Takes a wide line round. 21. Ben Abbott's in Morris Minor, 71.20.
These are fine. Mini's out of place, isn't it?
Yeah.
Was 75.54. For the Riley. Two double-driven cars to go in this class before we can see the trend emerging, but quickest is Shane Correll in the Porsche at 9.11. The 23 car. I'm slightly confused about because it's not on my start list. Into the next class, that's Larry Jerome Croft. Classes here. Oh yes, 23 Larry Jerome Croft. Time for 23, 50.23. One of the TRs hasn't made it, unfortunately. 24, 52.76 for John Blake. A couple of seconds away from Larry Jerome Croft. We've jumped into Class 1A, which oddly is shown after Class 13. So actually, that's what's thrown me. I'm easily confused. So it looks like it's at time 26. 26 is the car that's failed. That's Len Olds. Gordon Martin is waiting patiently. Let's try TR4A. Then holds in the 26 car from Helston in Cornwall, farmer. Hobbies and interests, repairing the race car. Oh dear. Also plays piano, keyboards, 9-piece rock, blues, jazz bands. His best time, helpfully here, is 46.92. He hasn't got past Wiz this time. 4-litre engine, the one at the dog box. TR Speed Championship champion from several years in a row, but unfortunately got problems today. So we've got 27, that's Gordon Martin underway. Calstock in Cornwall, architect. Musician, he plays violin, mandolin, and sings with a local bluegrass band. The Kit Hillbillies. TR Enterprises, historic road rally spec car. It's originally one of the Dove GTR 4As. The fastback version is made by Doves of. They were in the Addiscombe Road in Croydon, as I recall. Marketed by them, built by Thomas Harrington. It was in the Harrington Alpines. 60 Dove GTRs were built. 6 to 10 on the latest TR4A chassis, but converted back to conventional. Started in the 1990s. Car's road driven. Gordon Martin certainly enjoying his motorsport. Sustainable. Can't remember the last time I saw Dove. Car 28. Keith Hotel, type TR78. 27. Did a 60.82. That's Gordon Martin. And the next one after Gordon Martin, number 28, Keith Odell, did a 53.48. Now 30, the Morgan Plus 4 did 56.09, and 32, James Andrews in the 4-4. 61.56. Third in Morgan's is Alan Foster, relocated to Winchester. Car's 53 years old, and for 38 years. And this Morgan Plus 8 is like 220,000 miles. At least most of the parts of the car. Foster 53.72. Best in the class so far. Now we go to car 35. Which is Andrew Briggs. For David McRobert, first of all, in the Riley class, 54.20. .35, Andrew Briggs, 59.45. And car 36, Simon Thorne, 60.45. Car 37 is John Butler, 59.65. Contending for second in the class at the moment, but runaway leader is David Roberts. Car 38 Marcus Frieda with the Riley TT Sprite. First visit to Wiscombe, Marcus Frieda. He's a civil engineer from Stafford. Classic last year from Bilbao to Caen for Angoulême. He's had a win in at Pembrey in Wales in atrocious weather. He's done very well. So that's Marcus Frieda in car number 38. Until 39 turns up, which is Michael James of the Cotton Special. Now that is a quick car. Michael James has recorded a 56.42, 56.42. Puts him second currently to David McRobert. 40. One of several in that time-wise. 93 meanwhile, which is Christopher Downham in the Riley Ulster Imp replica. 52.07. Martin quickest in the class. 88 and 93. I haven't seen those. Greg Lerigo or Voigt. Let's see what's happened at the moment. 89 is Tammy Voigt, 59.55.
Could that be the end of the class, or are there more in the funnel?
I think we're pretty much there. There's one car still stranded, of course, at the first corner. That must be the end of the group.
Yeah. Well, I'm with Charles Reynolds. I'm just going to see if I can disturb Charles for a few minutes. He's busy in conversation, but as it's the end of the class, and we've got a quick break, Charles. Different car this year to normal.
Yeah, it's a championship, British Hillclimb Championship winning car from 58, 59, 60. Won David Boshier Jones, now 93, still with us. Hasn't been seen on the hills since the late 60s. So, yeah, and still got the other one as well.
So you're trying to sell the other one, I understand?
Yeah.
If anybody's interested, very nice car.
Yeah, but I'm still 2 seconds off where I was with the other one, so I've got to get my arse into gear here.
Yeah, you'll be right. Now, I mean, just moving away from the 500, fantastic motorsport history you have, sir. former co-driver to people like John Taylor and people like that, former team manager, ex-ballroom employee, and everything, haven't you? I mean, you wrote the book on how to build the Ford Escort rally car as well, which I think a lot of people don't realise that, do they?
No, and I wish I had the royalties for it, but I have got nothing out of it. Yeah, that was back in the Ford days, so in the late 70s, it was all rallying at the time. Hannu Mikkola, Bjorn Valdegaard, Ari Vatanen, etc. And then moved on and set up what is now ProDrive with David Richards. Then got hijacked and went to Nissan. Yeah, been around, and eventually, for my sins, landed up working with the FIA.
So that's quite an accolade, isn't it, working with the FIA? What were you doing with the FIA?
It had some classy title, I can't really remember, but it was basically, it was their rally manager putting together at the time. We had lots and lots of candidate events, and we had to select which ones, so that was the ability on crowd control, on whether the route was good enough. Mostly, well, it was a mixture of asphalt and gravel.
So we moved away from having the Rally GB, but great news that they're planning to have a rally in Scotland, a championship round now, isn't there?
Yeah, I heard that. How close they are, I don't know. I mean, they put out a release, and hopefully it will happen. Really good rally country up at Aberdeen, Granite City, for those of your spectators here who know the name. Yeah, I think it'll be really good if it does happen.
Oh, I do hope so, because we've been missing having a championship round here. They were great old days, the Escort days, weren't they?
Yeah, and I mean, nobody would have thought that, what are we now, from the 70s up to now, the Escort is still the most popular rally car around, and people still buying new, you can still buy new body shells, and people have made an industry out of it.
So you're here today. Obviously, I don't expect you're doing tomorrow, are you, because of 500, because it's VSCC. Are you staying over?
No, won't be. So it's just the VSCC here tomorrow. This is, you know, it's the 500 day. Always great to see so many 500 club people. And somebody asked me an interesting question. They said, you know, is it an original car? One of the things we have to stipulate in our club rules, all the cars have to be original. So there are no copycat Coopers here.
It's lovely, isn't it? Because it means that everything here is genuine and probably has history of some sort, doesn't it?
Most of it will, of some, yeah, good or bad. It will all have a history. And some of it gets lost along the way because, you know, inevitably somebody's got a chassis with somebody else's engine or this and that gearbox or whatever. But yeah, it's a key difference, I think. It might be unique in motorsport terms of having to have original cars.
Yeah, lovely that. Anyway, I think you must be getting ready to go for your run shortly, so I won't disturb you anymore. Thank you for taking time to have a chat. Always a pleasure to see you down here, Charles. Always great to have a bit of a catch-up. I know we often drift away from the 500 owners into rallying when we get talking, but that's our history, isn't it, really?
Yeah, no, it's as always a great day, and Wiscombe is just an enjoyable event, particularly when the weather is as good as it seems to be.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your runs this afternoon, and hopefully you'll find those 2 seconds somewhere along the line. So I see the cars are almost back now then, Marcus.
Yep, they returned, most of them.
Yeah. Fascinating man, actually. I had a meal with Charles many years ago one evening, and his motorsport history, we just glossed over it then. It's far deeper than we would ever have time to chat about here, really.
No, he's an absolutely remarkable guy in many ways, and his knowledge of motorsport history, particularly in the sort of rallying world that he mixed in so deeply, is profound. Great fun to be around.
Yeah.
And the 500, love of 500s, something completely different. And yeah, I've always loved 500s since I first saw them back at Great Auckland in the 1960s.
Yeah, there is something about them, isn't there? They look like, I dare say, toy racing cars to a certain extent. And they look like something which is very nimble, very small, very manoeuvrable. And apart from the fact that they do sometimes have reliability issues, they are superb to listen to as well.
Oh, they are. And yeah, they're just, it's Formula 3 as it was in the days of Stirling Moss and all the great champions of the 1950s, and it enabled the man in the street to go racing. If they were slightly peculiar.
Back to you then, as they're starting to come down the funnel to the start line.
Yeah, 42 is David Pryke, who is first into stage, or who will be first into stage, with his remarkably rapid Morgan. And he's followed by 43, the three-wheeled Morgan, which is that of Tom Golland. .44 coming down is the splendid Lagonda of Paul Ginnings. A very rapid start from David Pryke in the Morgan. This is a 4.4 1500cc from 1936. That's remarkably a 19-year-old car. Morgan's arrived very rapidly at Martini, the top hairpin, and is over the line. So we'll see a time very shortly for David Pryke leading this class off. Three-wheeler of Tom Golland, early three-wheeler, has found its way around the hairpin. Pryke's time looks to be a 50.88 below car number 44 is 79.91. That is Ginnings with the Lagonda. Tom Golland has done a 58.65, I think. 58.65. David Pryke out ahead on 50.88. Finn Cameron, meanwhile, the Morgan three-wheeler, has rocketed up in 51.67. .46 71.10. That's Bernie Muir with the Alvis Silver Eagle. 71.10. Apologies if you can hear crackling through the mic. Probably something to do with the ignition systems on some of the cars do sometimes interfere. Interfering even without the mic on. 71.10 then for car 46. Away goes over into 7 to 77.02. It was due up next. Car number 48, the youngster, 57.01. 57.01. Raced it recently for the first time at Silverstone. Car which Graham Haley has had for many years. 49, it's a 61.03 for Anthony Dawson, 12.50 Valentine's Special. So at the end of that class this time around, it looks like we've got David Pike leading from Finn Cameron. Harry Baxter is third. Fourth is Tom Gollan, and fifth Anthony Dawson. These times can be improved next time round. Into class 5. Paul Mullins has been up. He kicked it off in the MGK1 Magnet, car number 50, sometime ERA racer, 55.34 for Paul Mullins. Car 51, 62.56 for James Burmester with the MGPA. And car 52, completing that class, Simon Caldwell, 70.39. That's in the MGK type. Car 53, kicking off the Austin 7 class. Car 53 is Nick Pearson, 60.13. Lots of variety in this class. Number 60 was incredibly quick in quali. Nick Allen with the Austin 7 Shelsley Special, a very minimalist machine. 53 then sets the initial standard, 60.13. Car 55, 63.58. For Graham Beckett in the Austin 7 Simplicity. Check French Simplicity. Ulster was supposed to be next on the hill. Let's see how he fares. .56, 67.66. For Peter Howard. Chris Pickering is next up in Austin 7 Ulster replica, followed by the 58 car Robert Barbett. Similar car. And here's the Shelsley Special of Nick Allen. Very quickly through Wiz. There's nothing of it. And the heaviest part of the car is probably the driver. And it's a bracket to hold the driver and the engine and transmission. Engine sits in the back of it with transverse with the gearbox in it. 57, it's Pickering 6815. And car number 58, Robert Barbett 70.18. Barbett family been around the SCC racing for many, many years. 59 is Darren Darchambault. Car 70.18. Car 57.22. Darchambault. And car number 60, Nick Allen in the Austin 7 Shelsley Special 52.62. Way clear. 5 seconds at this stage. Car number 61, 70.28 for Peter Hodgson. '62 is Rick Permain.
Attention paddock, if we can have cars for batch 3 to start making their way to paddock.
Rocket of a start by one of the 7s there. It's car 62, 60.80. Was 62 then, was it Permain? '63, 57.33 for Mike Spicer, and 64 David Fennell in the toy, 60.50. Darchambault and Mike Spicer. 53. Pearson, who opened the class, David Fennell is in 5th place. Car 65, 63, 1-1. Which is Jonathan Moselle. Sam Archer. Looks like we're into the Nashes. 56.33 for car 66. 56.33. Sam Archer. 67 should complete this class. That's Rufus Flann, with the exception of Joe Spicer, who has to share the 63 car as 163. 67 Rufus Flann. This will be quick. 57.54, and it is. So Rufus Flann goes up into 5th place, but it's Nick Allen from Samuel Archer, from Darren Darchambault, Mike Spicer and Rufus Flann. That's the top 5 in this class, with just one car to go, and that's the double-driven car of the Spicer family. Car 60 moving into the next class. Sorry, car 68, and that is Jeremy Flann, Rufus's dad. 52.88. The Fraser Nash Motorsport. Box for number 7, Blake Edwards, who's flying this morning. The family. Fraser Nash Supersport. See a lad later on, Tom Waterfield in the Cooper 500. Time for Joe, number 70, 53.62. A little bit of work to do then to catch Jeremy, 52.80, 53.62. And car 71, completing that class, David Knight, Fraser Nash T2 rep, 56.07. Slots into third place in the class. Final time for car 18 has come up.
So Marcus, I take it that's the end of that batch?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm with one of the West Country's leading, most knowledgeable car builders, preparers, drivers. Comes from North Devon. Driving a Cooper T65. Any guesses?
That'll be the Hobbit.
It is the Hobbit. Pete Hannum. Lovely to see it. What a beautiful little car you've got there.
It's gorgeous, it is. And you don't know what you're talking about because I know nothing.
You know everything. I've seen you in so many cars over the years, and they're always glorious old cars. Historic racing is where you're at, really, isn't it?
I'm old, I suppose. Yeah. This is a Cooper T65. I got it off of Reg Broom, which used to campaign it at Gerston Down and here. Lovely car, Formula Junior, but it's got a Lotus twin cam engine in it. It's good fun to drive, plenty of sideways action, and just fun to drive.
Now, I watch your social media, and you spend a lot of time at circuits as well, don't you, with historic stuff?
Yeah, I got a Formula Ford, a Nike Formula Ford, built in Bideford in 1970. Which I use hill climbs and circuits, and good fun with that one as well. The way having an engine rebuilt again, so I brought the Cooper out to have some fun.
Yeah, but it is. I mean, it is a pretty little car, isn't it? I saw Mr. McDonald sat in it just now, but he had his knees up under his chin, really, didn't he?
He isn't that tall, but just didn't sit down far enough. You got to get right.
He was on his wallet.
Yeah, that's what it was. He didn't show it to me. Yeah, you got to sit down as low as you can and get your knees up under the dash to make it so you can get nice and low.
So the twin cam in there, is it? What sort of capacity is it?
It's 1600 cc. I don't know what brake horsepower. Somebody said about 150, but it's plenty fast enough really for me.
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, yeah, it's going to be heavier than a more modern race car, but it's not heavy anyway, is it?
Yeah, it is. It's quite a heavy tube. Then later on in life, they built these chassis for Formula 1 cars, very similar. So that'd be pretty solid to be able to do that.
So a very substantial chassis, what you're saying. So now, you say you got the other car, the Formula Ford, and you go circuit racing. It's not the same as hill climbing, though, is it?
Hill climb is more sociable, and it's good fun, good crowd, a lot of banter. It's good fun. But circuit racing, you're out there for a long time, and you've got to really get your act together to stay on the track and keep out of other people's way, because there's always somebody faster than you on the track. But you just keep watching the mirrors, get out and enjoy yourself, and you always find somebody to race with a similar sort of talent.
Yeah, I don't mean you sort of get halfway around and there's another car and you're on an equal footing with. So you say that this is a extra-edge broom car. It has quite a lot of history. Do you have any idea how many events it's done over the years? I mean, it's got to be into hundreds, hasn't it?
Yeah, Reg had it for a long time. I think he had it back in the 80s, I think. And he used to be campaigning it 5-6 times a year, if not more. Yeah, he's done quite a lot of work with it. I know he's changed the engine in it a couple of times, and just he played around with. He could put bigger wheels on, taller wheels, and look like a Formula 1 car. Which it jacked it right up, and it doesn't handle so well. Formula 3 wheels.
Yeah, get it back down a little bit lower. Yeah. So, but I'd say pretty looking car. I would go as far as to say that if you had a large dining room, you could hang it on the wall, couldn't you? Is that art? It's like a piece of art.
Yeah, the wall has to be pretty strong to screw it to. But yeah, it would, yeah, a little bit of touching up, it would be a nice piece of art on the wall. Good talking piece, especially to an insurance company, I expect.
Yeah, no doubt. Anyway, Pete, always good to see you here. Where'd you get the name Hobbit? Come on. Is it rude? If it's rude, I can't hear it.
No. When I started work, there was a guy reading the book Lord of the Rings, and he used to hide away.
Was Lord of the Rings written that long ago?
Yeah, yeah. Turn the century. Noah had just gone. And he used to go hide away on the top of the office, out of sight of everybody, and read the book. And he come down one day and said, "Coy, you look just like a hobbit," and it stuck. And I try to get rid of it, and no, everybody knows me as Hobbit.
That's the best way. Yeah. Anyway, great to see you. Great to see you here, enjoying your day. Always nice to see what you turn out in, because it's always immaculate. Thanks very much, Pete.
I'll try and find something else to bring next time.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you get anything nicer. Maybe a Lotus of some sort.
Yeah, I got a Lees. Lotus Elise. I'll bring that one down.
I like an Elise. I sold mine, sadly.
Yeah, because Max here's got.
Is that young Max Liverton? Yeah, I thought it was. I say young. Yeah. I use it as a loose term.
Yeah. Well, young compared to Hobbit.
Well, aren't we all?
That's a little harsh.
I know, but I'm glad I didn't say all of it. I only chipped in at the end, really. But yeah, because Max, I mean, you haven't been out competing for a while, have you?
Not since Chivno last August.
500's on the line, guys.
To get out.
Okay, well, I'll leave it back with you. You go on, Marcus, and we'll find somebody else in a minute.
Yeah, brilliant. That's great. If you hang a race car on the wall, it does save on the running costs, but you'll probably then have that extra insurance to worry about. They always collar you somehow, don't they? So, on the line, first of our 500s today is young Amy Turner. Mrs. Turner and his wife. And she's doing her first competitive event. Yeah, first time she's driven the family Cooper. Wonderful little car this, the Cooper Jack Mark 9. Car that Andy's father bought, the late John Turner, bought back in 1967 for 260 quid. He was one of the founders of the 500 Owners Association, our host here today. And Amy loving this this outing in the car. It's class 8. She's first on the hill. Cooper Jack then, the JA Prestwich engine, which powered many of the early Coopers as the 500s progressed, and Max Norton became the engine of choice. So there were Triumphs, Noah Vincent's, and one or two others involved. But there we go, 72. Time for Amy Turner, 66.92. 66.92. Good stuff on these 73. That's Finley Macintosh in a Cooper Chap Mark 6. On the hills now, the hill now is the bright yellow Cooper, late model Cooper Mark 11 of Richard Robarts from Formula 3 racer back in the day, Formula 2 racer in the 70s as well. Had an enormous accident in one of the Italian races. But furthermore, has a distinction of being an ex-Grand Prix driver. He drove Bernie Ecclestone's Brabhams in the early part of 1974. He won the first Formula 3 race I ever saw of the 1600 era, I think. Certainly the first I saw at Thruxton, on 28th of October 1973, as I recall, in the Meissen car. It was a March 733 back then. But very quick here last year. The man to beat is Richard Robarts then. Richard, let's look at Finley McIntosh's time, 50.36, beating 50 what you're trying to do. Richard Robarts, in car 74, a 48.70, 48. 48.78. So good opening time for Robarts. Car 76 is next up, which is a 53.41 for 76. That is Mike Wood in the Iota, by the Clark brothers, raced by Tom Clark, the garage owner in the early 1950s, based on the Iota chassis design. Version of that effectively. 79, 50.56 for Hamish Cameron Evely. Super effort, 78, 50.17, even better for Mark Riley in the Creamer Special, built by the South London Jaguar dealer Sid Creamer. Number 80, Alistair Dent with the Cooper Mark 5 on a 4 dent, so 52.35. We should have 81, Oliver Clothier. '89, 81, 55.54. John Dent in 82 should be next on the line. Goes up 54.05 for John Dent. Loved competing here in a 500 back in 1992. Only time I ever drove one. Back-to-backed it with a modern Jedi. We'll see an example of the Jedi, John Corbin's design later up in the day. On the hill now, the bright blue Cousy number 2, the French-built 500, originally powered by a Violet engine, now with a Triumph 12. Most of the engines are single-cylinder Japs. 83, Oliver Dent in the Hornet, 55.61. A red flag at the moment, I'm afraid. Cousy. Oh, the Cousy is stopped. Oh, I can see why, because the car before it has spun, by the looks of things, on the approach to Martini. So, looks like Looks like JB Jones was flagged for problem up ahead. Marshals are just moving the car back. It's sideways across the track, nose pointing to the right as you climb the hill. That's Andy Rayner's car, and Andy's pushing it with the marshals. But I don't think the combined might of the marshals and Andy are going to be able to push it round the corner up into the top paddock. So I didn't see what happened there, but kind of at 84, one of the quicker car and driver combos. Andy Rayner's Cooper Mark 5 is a spinner, a failed run then. So JB Jones flagged in the QC. Here with another go. Next up after them should be Chaz Reynolds in the Kieft, but that was pushed away at the end of the second morning qualifying run. So, and a problem, it was a bit recalcitrant at Snetterton a couple of weeks ago when it was racing. A lot of these guys also turn out in the racing series of the 500 Owners Association. The next round of which will be at Mallory Park in a couple of weeks' time. It's the 70th anniversary of Mallory Park meetings, all sorts of stuff going on there. 500cc Formula 3, Formula Juniors and many other period classes, bikes as well, I believe.
You be there commentating?
I will be into that commentating.
You get a lot of commentating for it a year, don't you?
I've got about 41 days this year, I think, and it may yet be 43.
So, well, we've got a few minutes. I just let Jason finish his PA announcement. I'm with George Pinder with this lovely Mark 1 Cortina GT. George, I mean, most of the time we see people trying to come out with Lotus Cortinas. But a GT, they're actually probably rarer than the Lotus now, aren't they?
I think they probably are in terms of race cars and stuff. You see very few 1500 GTs at the tracks.
No, and it's immaculate. I mean, did you prepare it all yourself? I see you've got Alan Mann on the cage in there. I mean, is that just a bit of sort of like badge worthy?
That sticker was gained at a race meeting. Me and my sons built the car back in 2008, 2009 as a circuit racer. Used it for a few years. Then it fell out of use as they grew older and moved away. So now we're hill climbing it and enjoying it very much.
Good, please do that. And you're quite local as well, aren't you?
Yes, I live in Hemiot, just over the top of the hills, about half an hour away.
Wonderful. And I mean, you still got obviously the cross on the back to say you're a bit of a novice racer.
Yeah. Well, I never got all mine signed off. They did, but I didn't, so it stayed on. But
Lovely condition, lovely to see it. Lovely to see a 1500 GT again as well. I mean, I was just recounting when I sold mine for £37.50 and a pair of sunglasses because I didn't have any sunglasses.
Yeah, if only we kept half this stuff, we'd all be wealthy now.
We would indeed. I hear the whistles go. Are the flags back in? I take it they are. So.
Yep, I think we're pretty much ready to go again.
Ready to go. Okay. So, but yeah, worth coming up and have a look around the paddock if anybody's got 2 minutes. Come and have a look at George's Cortina. Really, really immaculate.
Yep, looks really superb in that
white
and red colours.
So,
we've got on the line, we've got the Kieft of Chaz Reynolds as opposed to Charles Reynolds. Two different characters. This is Chaz from Cheshire with his Kieft, a car made in South Wales, at Bridgend in fact, by Cyril Kieft. Forward control cockpit some rubber band suspension, which is quite novel. Steve Moss was the director of the company at one point. Eventually Keith moved to Wolverhampton under Lionel Mayman's guidance. And they built Formula Juniors, etc. So Chaz Reynolds on his way. Then we've got, we should have had the Way Jap, the South African car, Jonathan Morris. We've got the Danish Cooper copy, the Keen of Mark Willis. Time for number 86, which is Chaz Reynolds, 53, 87. Close to Mike Wood's time with the Iota. Richard Robarts from Mark Riley in the corner. Finley McIntosh is third. Hamish Cameron Evely is fourth. Alistair Dent is fifth. But we've still got quite a few runners to go. Oh, there's the Way of Jonathan Morris. Weeks ago in Roses. Good to see that car, the South African car. In fact, big hi to Richard Baker, who's over here at the moment from Johannesburg, Plettenberg Bay these days. Devon, been living out there for a lot of years. We came back to Wiscombe for the first time in something like 60 years, which is impressive because it hasn't changed, which is even nicer. That's what we love about traditional hillclimb venues. 88, 52.39 for Mark Willis. So that is just off the top 5, I think sixth so far for him. Tommy Waterfield has come to the line in Tim Ross's Cooper Norton. This has got bags more power than the Japs, and phenomenally talented young driver at the wheel. Won a Grand Prix car race at Donington's Historic Festival last weekend, an ex-Roy Salvadori Cooper T53 from the same Tim Ross stable. Due to be shared with Ollie Lester, grandson of 1954 British Formula 3 champion. Away goes the Cooper Norton. You hear that much deeper bellow, megaphone exhaust out of the back. And 2.98 seconds away. First time section. Pushing on through the S's, up through the dusty bluebells, not literally, but between them, both sides of the track. Some lovely rhododendrons there as well. Rhododalios, as my youngest daughter called them when she was about 5. And he'll be hurtling up Castle Straight. There he is, through Martini, nice tight line, quickly on the power. And the time for Tom Waterfield is running out of order, 47.58, 47.58, which is 1.2 seconds quicker than Richard Robarts with the Jap-powered Cooper, slightly later Cooper. The Smith is making its way up, but it's not looking terribly convincing in its acceleration. It gave problems this morning. We've got V-twins coming as well now from the next class. Car number 95. Murray with the Harley Davidson powered Cooper Mark 4, 51.99. Kicks the class off. David Oliver is on the line now. Number 96. Meteorologist Exeter. He's fixed the weather for us. Car's coined by his his mum, his uncle Dave Andrews, and his aunt, second hill climbing. Kicked off pretty much here. They're based over near, team's based over near Hemstridge Airfield, Stallbridge Way, Dorset. So time for number 90, which is Kim Chilver, is Smith, 66.56. Now, did we have Vince Chester go up in the Trenberth special? The Trenberth with the Vincent engine. Raced for many, many years by Kerry Horan. Based in the States. So time for number 91. 96 though, a 52.97 for David Oliver, 52.97, less than a second off the beam. What did Charles Reynolds do in the ex-Peter Bosher Jones 1958, 59 and 60 British Hillclimb Championship winning Cooper V twin? And his time 50.66. 50.66. Then for Charles Reynolds in the Cooper Mark 9 stroke 10, fractionally longer in the wheelbase than the Mark 9, the Mark 10 was, so I'm told. Andy Turner is on his way, and this could be a very good challenge to Charles Reynolds. Great engineer, Andy Turner. He's seen his life go up number 98, time for Mark Dent, a 51.32. Fits in well in the class. Andy Turner goes quickest with a spectacular 47.70. 47.70. Andy Turner, Staffordshire engineer in the Blair family's car. Change of car in this class in that to run this morning, and so Ruth Ross has very kindly said jump in mine, share it. Time for 101, which is Ruth Ross, is 59.51. 59.51. And will go as the out of session car, I think, on this occasion. And 102, 47.96 for Ewan Cameron. Now, this is a real battle because Andy Turner's done a 47.70, Ewan Cameron a 47.96. Son of Tim Cameron, of course, the great 500 exponent of the past. A notable expert in Jap engines.
Attention paddock, a little bit of a plea. We are running extremely late in the day due to the number of issues we've suffered. The plea can I ask you to double check everything in your car, make sure it is running. We've got 50s. The hill, the number of mechanical failures on the hill. We are not going to get a fourth run in at this rate. So please can I ask you to make sure, particularly in the next batch, that you are running, everything is connected, so that you can actually make it to the hill without the marshal having to push you into the very places on the hill to do the public. Thank you very much.
Charles Reynolds, two different characters. This is such as from Cheshire with his Kieft. So here come the 500s back down the hill. First time section.
Is that the batch coming back, Marcus?
It is.
Ah, right. I'm with Alan Foster with this lovely +8 Morgan. I'm just going to hold his cup of tea for him so he can chat to us. Alan, you've had this car a considerable number of years, and we've seen you out recently in a Toyota MR2, but it's not the same, is it? I mean, the Morgan is the car, isn't it?
Yes, I've had the car now for 38 years, but occasionally things went rather ghastly wrong, and I used a MR2 for a few years, which was fun, but not the same car to hit the hill climb.
Let's stand up a minute, because I think our signal's a little bit weak, because we're sitting down. There we are. Yeah, so, I mean, I first encountered you with the Morgan back in the Porlock Hillclimb days. That was quite a beautiful car to use on a venue like that, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, that was my favourite hill on the mainland. I say on the mainland because we try to go to the Isle of Man each year. And the 3 hills in 3 days on the Isle of Man are something else to enjoy. They're long, they're testing, excellently surfaced, and it really is sort of hill climbing on the public highway. Great fun.
Yeah, I mean, Porlock was 2.25 kilometres long, which was quite a distance at the time. As I say, it was the longest actually hill on the UK mainland at the time. So, how many years have you actually been campaigning this car?
I think I started in the sort of late 90s or mid 90s. I followed the Morgan group of hill climbers around for a year or so, trying to nick all their good ideas, particularly from a guy called Pat Hadley, who was always inventive about things. And then, so I think my very first hill climb was at Shelsley, and I think I went up in 42 seconds, which as time goes on, although I got that time down to about 36, 37 seconds, I can get nowhere near that now. So as age catches up or rockets past, I just have to accept that my best times have been in the past.
I think that goes for all of us, but now you just got to sit back and enjoy the experience, haven't you?
Yeah, I don't say I compete these days, I participate. And whilst it's still fun, I'll continue to participate. And providing health stays with me, then I'll continue to enjoy.
So the other thing that you're very much involved in is trials, isn't it?
Yeah, that's where my motorsport started. First of all, in production car trials using a Morgan +4 of sort of 1950s vintage. Then our daughter came along, and I bought a Beetle, only to find that went extremely well in grass auto tests and did very well in trials. Then also extended across then to MCC trials, and I think I did getting on for 15 years of competing regularly in MCC events, and I still regard them as the sort of pinnacle of club motorsport, because if it's possible to win 3 gold medals in a row, you get this infamous triple. And I've been lucky enough to get 2 of those. I would like to have got a 3rd, so I got triple, but there's no way I can do that now, and the Beetle is now in someone else's hands.
Oh, that's a shame. We actually run a section of the Exeter trial here at Wiscombe Park now, which has gone down quite well. Although the first vehicle or motorcycle usually get to us at about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, it was a special test here, wasn't it, using part of the track. Excellent. More variety we can get in. I use the Morgan now in a all tarmac part of MCC events called a Classic Reliable. Can't remember the proper name, but call it Class R. But the essential thing about it is that Morgan's got such little ground clearance these days that we need normal sections, which we used to do in a Morgan, are no longer possible. Although one or two have kept going until now, but just the damage is just unacceptable.
No, the last thing you'll do is damage such a lovely car. Anyway, I think the cars are back. I heard a whistle, so I think we're about to restart. Alan, thank you very much for coming down. Always great to see you. You've been supporting us here for many, many years, and thank you very much for doing that.
Thank you. It was a gorgeous event, a gorgeous location. Thoroughly enjoy it. I'm a Devonian by birth anyway. This was the first hill climb I ever saw when I was in my late teens, early 20s.
We'll come back to that one in the future at some point. So there we are. Back to you, Marcus.
Thank you very much. Well, I first came here in the 1970s, and I remember seeing Roy Lane coming down to the private test day at the beginning of the year, running the six-wheel march. He wouldn't tell me what it was until I arrived, which was really splendid with the 4 driven rear wheels. Anyway, we've got the 500 still to run, which is the car that was red flagged earlier on. That's the Coucy of JB Jones, Conti driver in 85. Missed a couple of times earlier on. Jonathan Morrison away, number 87 of 57.79. Vince Chester in the Trenberth special with the Vincent engine, 62.11. Bunting coming down with the Kawasaki powered Jedi. 102 was the last time. Wales, JB Jones as he got to Allard, rumbling through. I think there's 3 or 4 Allards here today competing. End of batch, it says here, car 85 did a 52.20, which is JB Jones. 52.20. Let's have a look where that leaves him in class. Well, somewhere just outside the top 6, I would think.
I am having to really think about whether we are going to do please can I ask you to make sure everything is ready to go. With a dilemma whether we continue the fourth run. So please, in the fact, please, if you're not going to make that, I would ask you not to go. If you are, please get your
into the Allard class, class 10, John Langley with the Allard K1, 59.84, good effort. Slightly beaten just by 3 or 4 tenths by Simon Warburton in the P time, 59.47. 5.57.90 takes the which is Ben Stevens with the P1 fastback, and now we go into some serious race cars. At 106, then a 46.24. 106, 46.24 for John Bunting. He used to always come back from Nigeria to race the early Jedis. First Jedi built in 1984. Isn't that incredible? 42 years ago. Now we've got Rodney Thorne with the mighty Bill Beam MP43-2, the car in which Martin Bolsover won one of his hat-trick of British Hillclimb Championships. taking a break from the Tin Geisen single-seaters. This car now powered by a 5-litre John Eales Rover V8 engine. .107 did a 52.88. Order Robin Thorne in the 108 Bull Beam, a 39.58. Well done, Rodney. Getting bags of torque in that engine, more torque than power, 300 pounds of torque. Best time we've seen so far. Of course, we haven't seen the size yet. OMS. 36.76. He's done it. He's gone quicker than before. 36.76, and that is the candidate for BTD again. He won it last year. Andrew Forsyth with the motorcycle engine OMS. Coming here since he was a small lad, his late father John. The rest of the family. 110, Peter Eade with the Westfield SEI 42.89. That's not hanging about. Rupert Ryle with the Subaru. I saw go down. 111. Pinder with that lovely Ford Cortina GT that David was waxing lyrical about in the paddock. And Simon Taylor with the HWM Stovebolt Special. Effectively a 1953 car. Squeals the tyres off the line. Drives this car from Chiswick to events. Wonderful machine. 111 45.61 for Ryle. George Pinder in 112 and Simon Taylor in 113 will finish off the numerical class. 112 59.02 for George Pinder. What's Simon Taylor going to manage? Simon Taylor 51.48. Long time career motorsport journalist, publisher. Simon Taylor has raced this car all over the world. He's taken it to far-flung climbs. Trevor Parsons is Caterham 7 on the line. Rover K powered car. so I'm not sure what the delay is. Motor Club runs Trevor Parsons caterer. Eventually was effectively started by Daniel Richmond in the little village of Downton, where the engineering company, his engineering company, was based. Daniel and his feisty wife Bunty. So many great tuners came from that stable. Richard Longman, Piano Door, Steve Harris, and others. So 114, Trevor Parsons kicks off with a 46.30 in the Caterham. That survived the onslaught of the Radical SR4, the Kawasaki 1200 engine in it. Dominic Bishop. These were the beginners radicals that came in after the original Club Sport and the Pro Sport and the SR3. The SR4 was designed to get newcomers into motorsport. 46.48. So not quite as quick as the Caterham, but only a few hundreds. Car 116, 51.27 for David Gill, Fiat Punto. Meritorious time and road car. Mark Everett with the 5 litre Griffith. Not sure whether it's a big Rover or it's the TVR's own AJP. Engine in there, and a 46.08. So he's gone quicker, it's very competitive for clubs. Red flag, I'm afraid.
Red flag, I'm afraid.
Time for 94, 47.90. 47.90. That was Pete Hannum. Upholding the spirit of dear old Reg Broom with the Cooper G65 that Reg drove for donkey's years. Puts him third in that class. And Peter Eade in the Westfield SCI with Ryle in the Subaru by the looks of things. Of course, we're also looking at Andrew Forsyth and Bobby Thorne ahead of that. I just off my screen, but clicked it onto it. So he's Hobbit 5th person, Ed Stone time in a car that's dates back to the 1960s. Double driven Austin 7 still to come. That'll be the second of the Spicers. That'll be Joe Spicer in Class 6. This class led by Nick Allen. I 52.62 from Samuel Archer, Darren Dershenbow. Mike Spicer in the same car has done a 57.33. Joe Spicer to complete the class. Chris Smith in the Triumph did a 67.27. Car 140. Shot. And the 118 mini coming down now. This is 118 then, Darren Mower. No, it's not, David Lord, sorry, in the Mini Cooper SR53 supercharged car. Put down a couple of great black stripes going down to the line. I think Ruby Riggs had 2 runs earlier on. Maybe the first one was interfered, so got another shot at it. 118 then. Lord gets another go, or gets a go. 163, 56.69. That's Joe Spicer. So Mike's 57.33 by about 0.6 of a second. To move Spicer up into 3rd in that class. 118.49.95. That's a terrific time. For David Lord. Another double driven car to go up. 124 in the meantime. A 119 Darren Mower first. A 51.11. And then 119. Yeah, that was Mower. 124 was Tristan Blake. Drive 10.4. Car that John Blake drove early on. John Blake did a 52.76. Tristan Blake does a 55.93. Back into the 500s and the V twins. Ollie Leston's down there in the Cooper Norton. Legend in racing circles back in the 50s and 60s. Big seller of race suits, fire resistant race suits. Made a great line in steering wheels and accessories. Western families picked up as well doing game. Beautifully made wood wheels for classic cars. Car 190 was Stuart Barnes in the Smith 7318. Car 100 among the 500s, that's the double-driven car now, of Richard Ashford, 4982. 4982. Frost did 59.51, but that class led by Andy Turner on 47.70. Ewan Cameron 47.96. Richard Ashford slots into third. Ollie Weston 49.54, which is a good run. Ollie Weston therefore goes third, 49.54. He's chasing the 48.78 of Richard Robarts, and ultimately the 47.58 of his teammate Tom Waterfield. Bikes going now. Bikes that carry numbers 1 to 10 are the top 10 in last year's Hillclimb Championship for bikes. Flag out, which I suspect means the end of batch, because I can hear the bike progressing strongly. Through the finish then. Bike 7, 43.26. 43.26. All the bikes in the 500 class, with the exception of those with a single-digit merit number, start with a 5. All those in the 750 class, 501 to 750, apart from those with the top 10 from last year, start with a 7. And the 751 to 1400 class starts with an 8. You also have the trike, Suzuki trike of John and Isaac Warren, and the sidecars as well.
So Marcus, I'm with Mike James now. This lovely Riley Cotton Special. Mike, tell us a bit about the car. I believe you had the body built yourself, especially for...
Built by a friend of mine called Paul Cotton down at St Austell in his double garage at home, and he built the English wheel himself, taught himself how to use it, and this is the result.
It's quite an art, isn't it, that English wheel and doing that? I mean, what a beautiful shape he's made of it as well. Did it take him long?
About 700 hours. I gave him 2 photographs, and that's all he had as a reference, and this is what it turned out to. It's not quite like the photos, but I think this is better.
I gotta say, I don't think anybody would dispute it's a great looking car. You drive it quite spiritedly as well, don't you?
Try my best.
Try your best, yeah. I've seen you in it. So, tell us a little bit mechanically, like where the chassis come from, and I take it's pre-selected box and all that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a 1937 Falcon chassis with a pre-select gearbox, 12.4 engine, all dry sumped. It's offset in the chassis to balance it up with my carcass sat beside it.
Yeah, it's all about corner weights, isn't it? I see you've got 2 fuel fillers over there as well. Is it that thirsty?
No, one's an oil tank.
Ah, that's all right then. Yeah, so how many years ago was that done? I mean, because I know I've seen you here in this and an ordinary Riley as well. Obviously, this is the beautiful one to look at, and it's nice that that sort of how should I put it? Character has been captured in the car, isn't it?
Yeah, it was built 6 years ago, but you know, if you look at the detail, there's a tremendous amount of work gone into it.
Yeah, never be able to replicate it. We'll do another one then.
No way, I'll be too old.
Yeah, I think we will be too old. Don't worry about that one. Yeah, so are you doing the SEC meeting as well tomorrow?
That's the intention, and the engine keeps going.
Well, you got problems?
We did have...
No, you don't have to answer that one if you don't want your competitors to know.
Going better now than it was this morning.
That's good enough. Yeah, I heard you saying just now the only way you can really prove the engine and make adjustments is actually on event, because you can't put the car on a rolling road. So it is very much a long time consuming process to make it to where you want it, isn't it?
Yeah, it takes hours and hours and hours. Very frustrating at times, but you just got to be determined to get through it.
Do you ever sort of go and hire somewhere like a bit of old airfield and have a bit of a test session?
I have done back along, but not for a while.
No. But as I say, lovely looking car. You always turn it out looking nice. You're always sort of very jovial with it as well, which is great. I mean, you enjoy the sport, don't you?
Yeah, this will be my 57th year in competition. Started in '69 as a 14-year-old, driving a banger at St Austell Stadium.
Oh, you're going to talk about Trevor Redmond now. Do you remember Trevor? He used to run the stadiums, yeah. So that was a few years ago. He's been gone. But yeah, so bangers, and then you sort of carry on up and moved into stock cars, and then on up to this, yeah?
Yeah, I drove for 45 years racing stock cars, and then got into this 10 years ago.
But lovely looking car. 10 years. And you've been coming to Wiscombe every time?
Yeah, I've been ever since, yeah. The first hill climb I ever done was here.
That's good to hear. Anyway, lovely looking car. Thank you very much for bringing it along. Have a good weekend. Hopefully tomorrow will go well. I think you'll be in contention with what's here tomorrow, won't you?
Hopefully it will be, yeah. With a bit of luck.
Well, you've got to just try it. Yeah, lovely. Thanks, Mike. Oh, yeah. So, I think are they all back down, Marcus, or are they still coming?
It looks like the majority of them are down, in fact. So that's good. The bike's ready to go. They're all corralled in the triangle. It's on my left, and I think that's the course car just back by the looks of things.
Oh, that's good. So back into it. So we got the bikes, and then depending on how the time's going, second runs. But depends on how things work out.
Let's just keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah, it's all. Unfortunately, when we get delays, it can affect it so easily, and and it takes one more big delay, and that's it for the end of the day, isn't it?
At least it's not raining.
Yeah, at least it's not raining. You're dead right. Yeah.
Because when we looked at the forecast, my wife and I on about Tuesday, and we thought, ooh, I'm in for a soggy one here. And Fiona was thinking of coming down, and she said, "Oh, I'm not sure about the weather."
No.
And now she wished she had, because she'd have been sitting outside on a deck chair and getting the rays.
And no doubt it'd been your fault for getting the weather forecast wrong.
You can guarantee it.
Yeah, that's life. Anyway, I'll hand back to you, and let's hope we get the fourth runs in.
Yep, that's good. Let's hope so. We're looking well set. The sidecars are appearing as well at the back of the group. The flag is now being waved at the competitors, which I imagine mean it's going to be they're going to be put back in now. Yes, fold up and the bikes come down. These are the bikes by and large from the smaller classes, 351 to 500 class initially. Yeah, but the course vehicle, the big black pickup is going off into its little cubby hole. Some beautiful bikes among them. I claim to know anything about motorcycles beyond having two wheels, but you can see the preparation and the attention lavished on them by these riders and their pals, no doubt, is just first class. A lot of them running what's referred to apparently as supermoto spec, French coined phrase. Sort of off-road type bikes with more suspension travel, I'm guessing, but smaller tarmac type wheels. Some very rapid times early on. Bikes run to a separate set of regulations. The governing bodies, the ACU, the Auto Cycle Union. Cars kind of Motorsport UK. Saying to one of the bike guys earlier on that I think that it's so far outside my skill set riding a motorcycle that if I got as far as Wiz Corner I'd be quite surprised, but I think the chances of getting up this hill in anything under about 2 minutes extremely slim. So another course vehicle is going up. So there's the explanation into the paddock that there was reports of some oil drop from the gate up towards Sawbench, and one of the officials has just gone up in the car to have a good old look and to make sure that that is not a serious problem. It's not believed to be, but broke the drop by one of the cars earlier on. Let's take a very short break and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. 88. So we're back into action with the motorcycles. 244. Break. Time for 244 is a 46.76. Patrick Evans go into bike 6 in the 351 to 500 class. Time of 44.02 for Guy Ursel on the Swedish Husqvarna, company that also made sewing machines, as I recall.
If you don't want your run, obviously Wiscombe has excellent facilities. I'm not suggesting the bar at all. So if you don't want to take your run, or you think your car has mechanical issues, we'd be very grateful if you can run. Other than that, we'll be looking for batch 1 after the motorbike. So if batch 1 can start getting cars at extra here.
Time for Mark Short on 508, 44.73. It's 500 class looking pretty strong. 44.02, 43.79, 44.73 so far. 531 Doug Carmel, a 51.59. And 542 Anthony Isaac on the Kawasaki, 49.49. Next up was 547, which is Richard Thorne on his Suzuki, 48.49. 49.49 for Isaac. And 48.49. And Reg Davis is time 52.87. .53 is Peaty, Husqvarna, 450 Husqvarna, so 45.40. 5.55 sounds like a Subaru Wild Rally car. Stephen Butler on the KTM, Paynton, 45.74. Coming thick and fast now on bikes. 5.61, good Isaac himself. On the venerable Veloset, 5.61, 57.40. .84 is next up, and that is Toby Rolt, KTM. Cool. .584 then. 571 in the middle of all that. 584, 44.25. Top half dozen of the class. 590 is next up, which is Keith Haynes. .1 is Tom Short, the KTM, reigning champion, Hillclimb champion. And Tom Short on the KTM, 41.56. Phenomenal time. Record is to Tom Short on 40.51, so it's about a second outside his record. More conditions in the lead. 3 up, and that is Paul Jeffrey. Oh, 2 in the meantime, sorry. 3. 2 was Tommy Hodges. Did a 41.50. Let's have a look at this. Short on 1 did 41.21. Hodges did a 41.56 and a 43.00 for 4. This is very competitive. 42.36. Chang. Here's the next bike up, which is Generation 43.95. All packed into this tight group. Last of the bikes heading down to the start. 7:44 time in. 44.60. 7:44. Which was Chris Keats. Moving to the 750 to 1400 class. With 8:03 Simon Wilson. And he's done a 49.64. The red flag comes out, and looking up the hill to see what the drama is. There's a red flag certainly at Wiz Corner, but whether that was a report from further up the hill, yes. 819. Matthew Mogridge on Suzuki has failed. 819. Didn't see 811. All of that, so I'm guessing 811 didn't run. So 864 was flagged because of the incident. So I'm going to climb up the hill. Here comes 864 coming back. So you have to go. So annoying when you've had a 871 also was flagged. But you've had a go, and maybe you've made your best start of the day, and then you find it gets flagged and you don't quite get there next time. Conversely, you've made a bit of a pig's ear at the start, probably very grateful for another shot. Clear, away, green light. That's very brave. Bike 864, which was one of those that was stopped Peter Ford. It's done 46.90. 571, I believe, was next on the hill. 55.03. That was Mark Williams on the Honda. Now we've got this amazing Suzuki powered trike. The Bridgewater pair, John and Isaac Warren. Fantastic. Up towards the hairpin, down the gears, flick it through and then shoot up the Castle Straight towards Martini. So it was 571. They've got the they've got the 5503. 571, that was Fergus Cameron from one of the other classes, and then it was 87 4608. 71, Mark Williams. Eight 20. Ewan Cameron did 55.51. .914 is the trike. 46.75. And then we've got two more. Those are the two sidecars. 969. Simon and Jane Foster on Honda CBR 600. Powered machine 46. 7, 8, 300 on the side. Trike. Kevin and Sarah Dill on the 1000cc powered Windle. 988. 51.34. 121. A final time, excuse me. 121. Back into one of the earlier bikes. Just trying to find it on the number sheet. I can't for the moment. Yeah, 121 and 122 are the Morgans that run in the ACU permit. That's what it is. And 121, Anthony Quinn did a 56.85. 122, which is Nancy Thomas, did a 74.77. 140 back into the cars, 61.64. So let's go back to find that one. 140. It'll be the Riley that was flagged earlier on, Ethan Harris. 61.64.
So is that all that batch up?
It looks like it, yeah. And that completes the first set of runs, and we'll do it all again.
Yeah. As Jason, it is very important that people, if they think they got a mechanical malady, not to even start it, because you know, if they're going to get stuck on the hill, it just put the event behind considerably. You know, but
that's right. Well, we're only about just before 4:20 now.
Yeah, so we're running quite a bit late.
Fair wind. We'll get through in a couple of hours.
Let's keep everything crossed. I reckon we will. Keep positive. So I'm with Vince Chester with the Trenbeth Special.
Yeah, the Murray Trenbeth car built in Australia.
Built in Australia, you say? Right. So I'm sure we're going to hear all about it now. So tell us a bit about it.
The Trenbeth Special was built by Murray Trenbeth in 51-52 in Australia. He built it with a Black Lightning engine from the works, the V-twin, originally. And it ran in the 1955 Australian Grand Prix, which Jack Brabham won. It held quite a few hill climb events in Australia, and then I bought it off a guy called Kerry Horan, who saw it race at the 55 Grand Prix in Australia, and brought it over here 30 years ago and ran it at all the Goodwoods and ran it at lots of the 500 events over here. And then last year Kerry was kind enough to pass it over to me, and this is the first time I've driven the car, literally first time I've ever driven it. I've driven it around a car park in first gear before last week, and it's the first time I've ever done a hill climb as well.
Oh wow, it's sort of like a baptism of fire, isn't it, really?
Yeah, no, it's good. So originally it had a Black Lightning engine in it. I've got a V-twin at home, a methanol burning V-twin, and hopefully one day that will go back in.
Lovely. For a first event, it is. I mean, most people start a first event in something like a Nissan Micra or a Mini or something like that. I mean, you've gone quite in the deep end with a 500 owners type meeting with a car with some phenomenal history.
Yeah, I have got other cars, but I haven't gone competitions in them. So I'm used to driving vintage cars. It's got a lot of history, huge amount of history. And it's quite different to anything I've driven before, with a sequential gearbox and the hand fuel pump to keep it going. Quite direct steering as well. It's quite twitchy, solid back axle. Well, it's got independent rear suspension, but it's no differential. So it's quite different to anything. Yeah, it's interesting.
Good. Well, I'm pleased that you've brought it down. Are you doing the vintage meeting tomorrow?
No, I'll be staying, but I'm not doing the meetings.
It is quite a phenomenon to watch, actually. It's really, really entertaining.
Yeah, we'll be here tomorrow. We'll get the co-loads up tonight. I didn't want to tempt fate and try and do 2 days on the road. It was quite traumatic trying to get one day and get it all sorted, but it's gone well. I've really been pleased with it.
I'm pleased to hear that. It sounds like you're really enjoying your day as well.
Yeah, no, it's been great. It's had lovely, lovely weather. It's been really good.
Excellent. Well, thank you for that. Let's say enjoy the next run. Hopefully it all goes well for you. And congratulations on starting your road of hill climbing here at Wiscombe with us.
Thank you. We'll be back next year.
Excellent. That's what we'd like to hear. So, it's quite a lovely looking car as well, Marcus, isn't it?
It is. I knew Kerry Horan quite well over a number of years when he was racing it over here, because he wasn't based in this country, he was based in the States.
Mm-hmm.
He was an Aussie, but he'd still be an Aussie.
I think you generally are. If you're born one, you tend to stay that way, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I've not seen Kerry for probably a decade, but nonetheless, he used to travel over from Menlo Park in California, I seem to remember, to drive the car. Always could find historic events.
I'm just walking down through the paddock here, and the other car that catches my eye is the Keith of Charles Reynolds, and that's a pretty looking little car as well. And in that green, it really suits it, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, with those swing axle cars, you've got the cockpit is right at the front.
Mm.
It's sort of you're in the airbag position up there, but it's quite something. A beautiful car, immaculately turned out.
Yeah. So that's nice. Like I say, and that green suits it. So I'm just having a quick wander around.
It's in the old Sterling Moss automobile racing team cars, isn't it? Sterling Moss was a director of Keith at one point,
right.
and the Smart Elan was that car. I think his secretary raced it, didn't she, Val Peary?
Well, I'll bow to your superior knowledge on this. I mean, my knowledge is reasonable, but yours is phenomenal.
I've done this for a living for some while.
So that's why you should be writing the book. Right. Anyway, I see the cars are coming out now, so back to you.
And one of the books I'm looking at is a kind of a to Z of Formula Ford manufacturers, which could be interesting because we're up to 340 odd so
God,
far.
I didn't realise there was that many.
From one-offs to Van Diemen at about 5,000, but I need to be able to focus on it probably 4 days a week.
Yeah.
For the next 10 years.
Yeah. Yeah. I think you might need to negotiate that one at home, you know.
That's not a problem. There's lots of encouragement from there.
Why don't you go and read your book for a while?
So we're into the second race. Time runs. These start with number 40, Peter Smith with the Mazda MX-5. And away he goes. And the Porsche very smartly away. Shane Currell was top of the tree on a 48.04. To 14:51.07, good improvement for Peter Smith in the Mazda, and car 15, which is Shane Currell in the Porsche, great start, and that's reflected in the time 47:53. Good improvement for Shane Currell, which extends his lead in class 16, 48.63. Another good improvement for Paul Smith of the MK.
Maybe you're too slow getting out of the paddock. Hard.
Try to queue and get out of the paddock. We will not be making any marks on the wheel of marks on competitive cars until we
Good improvement for Ruby Riggs in the Mini, 55.11. But the first one not to is Kevin Baker in the Audi TT Mark 1. 1800 turbocharged car. Just slipped just over 60, still very consistent within 3600s, but 59.99 from this morning counts. First runs. 20 is Murray in the Mini, this time a 60.02, so good improvement from the 16-year-old. All to do is to start his GCSEs tomorrow, lucky chap. See, I don't think we saw the Volvo this time. Had problems earlier on. Volvo PB544. Let's see, we've got 21, 17.76 improvement for Ben Abbott's with the Wiscombe Traveller. So it's a 55 more Morris Minor Traveller, ports a wreck, rebuilt with all period tweaks, MG midget 1275 engine, single SU carburettor, 91.5 brakes, Moggy Van spring, spike diff, etc, etc, etc. It's illegally faster than the M5, well slow up the hill, he says. And that looks quite a character. Runs a bicycle repair shop in Bristol. Playing the piano and pre-war style jazz bands, drinking window. Builds and competes in vintage specials. Traveller driven as a modern daily. So, good to hear. 22 Robert Price with the one rider 574. 0.53, improvement of 1.01 seconds, and car 23, which is Larry Jerome Croft in the Triumph class, 50.2, wow, isn't that consistent, 50.23 earlier on, 50.21 this time for the very experienced Larry Jerome Croft with the Triumph TR7 V8, car 24, John Blake, led the class as well, John Blake 50.20, that's a massive improvement, and more than that, it's taken the class lead by the looks of things by 1/100th of a second from Larry Jerome Croft. So 52.76 becomes 50.20 for John Blake with a TR4. Car 25 didn't get didn't think it gone up before. 5810 for Julian Webb and the Triumph TR3A. 26 Len Olds had a problem earlier on, I seem to remember. That failed at Wiscombe, at Wiscorner, but he's I don't think that's him. I think it's the following one, the TR4A Gordon Martin, that's now here, so I suspect we may not see that car of Olds. So we do see 27. Tell a lie, we did see it. It's gone up, so we've got time for it, 49.45. So that's a much, much better run, and that is the class lead. 49.45, so bounce back from that mechanical on the first run. 49.45 leads 50.20, 50.21 is third in the class lead, Jerome Croft. Can anyone else do anything about it? They've all got a lot of work to do. Car 27, Gordon Martin, is on the hill, and also 28, Keith Odell with the Triumph TR7 V8. He was in the 53s before, but if he could chip a couple of seconds away from that. Underway, 60.38 for 27. Of just over 0.3 of a second then for Gordon Martin. Keith Odell may have something to say in 28. We'll see in a moment. Morgan's now 52.44. Good improvement for Keith Odell, but that is going to leave him in fourth place by the looks of things. SCC class. Car 32, 61, 34. So a couple of tenths trimmed back by James Andrews with the Morgan 4.4. I don't know that we saw James Walter. Plus 8. Capital leader of this class earlier on. 33.54.06. Not as quick as before, but it's not going to affect. The 30 PM in the day. Into the Rileys we go. Busy class this. We heard from Michael James with the Riley 12.4 Cotton Special. Chassis car. Underway. David Robert. 53.99. Improvement by 54.20. Class led by the 52.07. By the looks of things. 35.61.43. Not as quick for Andrew Briggs. James on the hill with the Cotton Special. 89 looking very purposeful coming forward. That's Tamo Voigt of the TT Sprite. Simon Thorpe, 58.65, good improvement. Challenge the class leaders, but it's a good improvement. Pleased to go sub-minute. Tamo Voigt started. Watch Michael James put together. Car 38. Marcus Frieda. 59.11. For Marcus Frieda.
Sometimes they all feed, isn't it?
Quite as quick as before. 37. 58.24.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Second.
Yeah, I think we got
4 improvement for John Butler. Marcus Frieda within 15 hundredths of a second of his earlier run, but that's not going to help. 39 Michael James with the Cotton Special. 51.29. 51.29, so much better than before, and that puts him, on my unofficial reckoning, into the class lead, which was 52.07 as I had it, for 93. What did Tamo Voigt do in 89? Let's have a look.
Well, that batch went quite well, didn't it? Without too much hassle. So let's hope that bodes well for the rest of the afternoon.
See what time TT Sprite number 89. I'm sure I saw it go down. And sure that I've got a time for it. Let's just have a look on the official list. Some other times come in now. 39. Michael James, yes, we've got 51.29. Car 40 failed, which is Kevin Morton. So that's why we've got this hiatus at the moment.
Tomo's been camping, or I say camping, been staying with Michael James this week down there in Cornwall, and I think he's had a very enjoyable week. He was explaining to me about the joys of having to get a car from the continent into the UK.
Oh, it's horrendous, isn't it?
Yeah. He said it has got better than it was, but yeah, it's still a bit horrendous. It's a little bit less paperwork these days, but still quite a lot to do.
It's an absolute nightmare if you have a very, very high value vehicle which you're bringing to something like Goodwood. You have to leave a bond, which is, I think, about equivalent to the value of the car, which is about sort of 10 of our houses probably. Yeah. And you get it back eventually, but some of the sort of the kind of one-offs people do, I think that money just goes. It sort of disappears into a black hole somewhere.
Yeah. I've just been having a very interesting little chat a few minutes ago amongst the Austin Sevens here with the Lazelles. And I do follow Tim Lazelle in his artwork. Have you ever looked at that?
I'm familiar with Tim Lazelle's artwork. It's rather wonderful.
It is, isn't it? And it's really nice to meet Jonathan and his brother and his parents as well. Just having a little chat there, and they were explaining how his first competition he won was at the Bath and West show, the agricultural show at Shepton Mallet, where he had a under 21 category there for some art to do with motorsport, and he was 14 at the time and actually won it outright. So, you know, and his dad said he's never had a proper job ever since. But yeah, I do like that sort of artwork that he does, I must admit. So, I was hoping to catch up with Mike, the event secretary, but he's run away. He ran out of the paddock, and he's now beyond my range of my microphone, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah. There was a little bit of worry that towards the end that the sun will be shining down Castle Straight and making it difficult to pick out Martini, but I think the cloud cover's coming in now, so that hopefully will overcome that issue.
Okay, so with the fail of Kevin Morton, we've got red flags then stopped Tamo Voigt and Christopher Downham. Christopher Downham, who was leading the class, is now second, has to find about 3/4, 8/10 to knock Michael James off the top of the podium, which is interesting.
Michael had a little bit of a problem pulling away on the first time run that he's just done. It was sort of like partway between first and second gear when he went to pull away, so he lost a little bit of time there. So he's really pleased to hear that he's going to get another opportunity to go at the hill, because I think he's quite keen to get in a good result today.
Well, he leads the class now.
Yeah.
If you fancy, ladies and gentlemen, a nice sticker for your collection, who can resist a sticker? West Country Rescue has stickers at the 500 owners tent over in the paddock, £2.50, and that will help the rescue units that work at events in the southwest of England. We can't do without them.
See Michael coming back over the bridge now.
It's a large round of applause.
Yeah. Well, I'd give him an applause. I'm not sure anybody else. So I think we should all stand up and give Michael a round of applause as he comes up through the paddock. I'm clapping.
Oh, I can hear you. Yes, please stop.
Oh, he waved. That's not that bad. You wait till I sing. It's worse than me clapping.
Yeah, when you've got tinnitus, I think the do without any of it really.
Love the old TR4s as well. Yeah.
Yes, and one of the drivers of the TR4 has managed to pluck a great result out, because the silver TR4 very nicely turned out. The car of John Blake put in a great time, but it was pipped by Len Olds. Len Olds on 49.45, I believe. He failed earlier on, but 50.20 for John Blake. But 49.45 appears to be the best in that class. Len Olds, yes, 49.45. John Blake, 50.2. And Larry Jeremy Croft got back to third place with a 50.21. 100th of a second between second and third. And Jeremy Croft improved by 200ths on his run. I don't know where he did. But that's going to leave Len Olds, class winner. Second, John Blake. Third, Jeremy Crofts. 24 Tristan Blake still to run, and Chris Smith, so actually that could affect them. It's a provisional 1-2-3 so far.
Up here ready to come out with the next batch. They're all coming down fairly promptly so they can get their runs in.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't have a souvenir of the event, then you're very welcome to go over to the 500 Club tent in the paddock. Might have a programme available still. One or two little stickers around too, which are nice, which are the 500 Club 80th anniversary. The 500 cars first mooted just after World War II, 1946. Days of petrol rationing, etc. Some pretty enterprising souls disappeared off into their sheds, and amazing cars, all done sort of centred on Bristol, where a lot of the engineers were working for the aircraft company. So much came out of Bristol, including the repurposing of the BMW straight six engine to create the Bristol that was so successful all the way to Grand Prix racing in the days of the Cooper Bristols 52 and 53, when the World Championship, the drivers would run for 2-litre cars. Sort of scaled it back because the numbers were falling quite dramatically. The number of works cars are quite small, and it allowed some of those what were ostensibly Formula 2 cars to contest World Championship rounds. And the likes of Mike Hawthorne went on to be world champion in 1958. With Flurry then were able to move forward. Bristol cars also Bristol engines also were very impressive at Le Mans, where it was a speed model at that point. One of the cycle wing cars absolutely starred in the early 50s. That's the Fraser Nash Le Mans replica was spawned. Actually, Fraser Nash was long out of the whole thing. He was really from the cycle car era, and the Aldington family, who went on to form AFN Limited, Archie Fraser Nash Limited. The company went on to be initially the BMW importer for the colours. AFNs that became dealerships, etc. Porsche centres, as they're known these days. Out of the Aldington family. So, circuit. 1950. It was taken over by Howard Strawford in 1976, 50 years ago. Rescued the circuit from almost certain doom. Helped very much in their quest to get planning permission to run races there again after a lull of several years for the cars by James Hunt, no less. Good improvement by Derek number 42, Morgan 44, 50.88 before, 50.19 now. So more than 6/10 of a second chiselled away. 43, Tom Gollan, Morgan three-wheeler, 58.65 before, 58.66, model of consistency. Just the same for previous drivers. A couple of hundredths wasn't enough. Tom Gollan though on a 58.65. To the Gonda. Is coming up. Paul Ginnings from Braunton. Hobbies and interests. 1, my Lagonda. 2, my wife Jill. 3, trying to convince Jill. Interesting pedal arrangement on the Lagonda. Accelerator is to the left of the brake pedal. Gear stick on the right. First gear gate, first gear top right. All takes a bit of practice, I'd say. That would do. Could go very badly wrong there. Somebody wasn't terribly confident. Or have any spare capacity to work it all out. 44, Paul Ginnings in the Lagonda, 78.48. Good improvement. About a second and a half better than before. 45. Cameron. 53, 49. That was good before. So 51.67 for Finn Cameron. It's well in the mix anyway. Finn Cameron second in class then with that 51.67 from the earlier run. 46 is Bernie Muir. 71's before this time. 65.59. Super improvement. 47, Brett Gregson. 77s this morning. A long 89.89. So it didn't quite go to plan. Valentine specials in the hills. Harry Baxter will be further up. Another of our young competitors. Son of the legendary VSCC racer James Baxter. $56.22, good improvement for young Harry. About 8 tenths. Anthony Norton in the Alvis Valentine Special. It's pretty much got to the top. We're into the MG class, starting with Paul Mullins, former ERA racer at the wheel of his MG K1 Magnet, part of the MG Triple M register class. But, they played a real starring role last weekend at Castle Combe. Fantastic races they put on. 49.62.00 for Anthony Norton, so he was quicker this morning, and that followed the way through. They alternated all the way through that class from top to bottom. Better, not so good. Better, not so good. So 50. Paul Mullins, we expect his time next up. 56.12. Not as quick as before. 55.34. Led the class by a country mile. James Burmester did a 62.56 before. He's in car 51. This time a 58.39. So inside a minute for James Burmester, and this continues this trend of better, not so good, better, not so good. And what will Simon Cordwell do in 52, the MGK type? Triple M register to keep things like the Magnas and Magnets running. Of course, all the J cars go out there as well. You see a J4 out there, of which there were 9 made. Right down to some little unsupercharged midgets. But it was formed really for the 6-cylinder cars. And among the drivers last weekend at Castle Combe was Nigel Stroud, who 45 years ago, 35 years ago, 1991, designed the Mazda 787B, which won Le Mans 24 Hours. Johnny Herbert, Bertrand Gachot and Volker Weidler at the wheel. I was there. My ears have just about recovered. One of the noisiest race cars ever. 52, Simon Cordwell. 70.89. Exactly half a second slower than before. Moving into the Austin Circus of Nobels, Paul Mullins has won that class. James Burns does something sticky at that, didn't sound very good. 62 car, Austin 7 with a very sleek body on it. A large body, but it's beautifully proportioned. 63, Nick Pearson kicks off the Austins, 59.29. Gets him inside a minute. Well done, Nick. He can go to 55, 64.88. Not as quick as before, 63.58 was on Graham Beckett's slate. And we have 56, Peter Howard, the Ulster, 68.34. Not as quick as the 67.66 he posted earlier on. 57 is Pickering, 65.73. 2.5 seconds or so quicker than before, so a grand effort from him. Then we've got 58, 70.45, 70.45. This car, 58. Robert Barbett. No, 70.18 stands from this morning. 59, Darren Darchambault. 57.06. Good improvement by a couple of tenths. Allen in the Shelsley Special, fairly fluid this morning. Car number 60, 52.57 this time. Somehow he's managed to shave away another 500ths. Terrific effort from Nick Allen. Peter Hodgson in 61. Peter Hodgson, sorry, 61. 70.62. Not as good as before. And then Rick Permain did 60.8 this morning in car 62, 60.33 this time. Good half a second found there. 63, Alex Spicer, 56.88. That has found half a second, and that's a very useful half a second. It doesn't quite beat Joe Spicer in the same car that a 56.69. Nick Allen leads still from Samuel Archer. Joe Spicer third, Mike Spicer is fourth. Darren Darchambault is next up. 65, Jonathan Lazell, 64.12. Not as quick as this morning, 63.11. 64, David Fennell, 59.28. David will be pleased with that because he's got him inside a minute. Furthermore, 59.28 is going to rob Nick Pearson by 1/100th of a second of one of the midfield placings. 66. 7.01 for Samuel Archer, who was running second in the class. .56. 33 remains there. Mike Spicer is pretty close up behind, and Rufus Flam has now joined the conversation, 67, because he's done a 56.69. which has found towards the second, and that's going to put Rufus Flan, the youngster, up into third place. See racing Formula Juniors as well on the circuits. So we've got one more car to see in that class. That's the double-driven Spicer car. It's Nick Allen who's out ahead, but the next four at least are covered by about half a second. Samuel Archer 56.03, Rufus Flan 56.69, Joe Spicer 56.69. So joint second at the moment, and 56.88 for Mike Spicer. Joe Spicer still got to go. So Rufus Flan on 56.69, and Mike Spicer's 56.69 when Joe Spicer comes up in a short while. Moving on. Car 71. Actually, we've got 68, Jeremy Flan. What did he do? 52.62. Little bit of an improvement for Papa Flan. Well, all three Fraser Nash competitors improved, but their order didn't change because Jeremy Flan cut a 52.88 this morning, improved to 52.62. Joe Blakeney Edwards 53.62 this morning, 53.46 this afternoon, and David Knight 56.07 to 55.32. That leaves the 1, 2, 3 as it was, even though each of them improved. Waiting on one car in the Austin Sevens. We're sorted in the VSCC Class 4.
Yeah, are we collecting a batch back now?
I would think so, yes.
Oh, good. I'm getting a slightly different view on things now. I'm with Simon Foster with the orange Honda sidecar. I don't know what to call it.
When you say different view, are you sitting in the chair?
No, I'm actually sat in the chair though because my poor old legs.
Can you get out of it?
I'm not sure I can get out of this chair. But Simon and Jane have been campaigning this Honda, this beautifully lined Honda sidecar unit for quite a number of years. This means, hang on, can you help me up out of the chair? I'll help the engine. Yeah, you've been campaigning it for a number of years, haven't you?
Yeah, Jane and I have been doing it for about 8 years. We started when I was passenger for my brother on a separate Formula 2 outfit. And Jane and I started double riding that, and then we ended up buying our own outfit, and then we've had this one since 2018.
So a lovely looking machine, and always beautiful lines, always immaculately turned out. Now, we also, I think, we can't come to Wiscombe for the 500 Owners Association meeting without remembering your Auntie Carol, because Carol was the one who dragged the likes of me and Jason and people like that into Clarkin and helping her all those years ago. Lovely lady, wasn't she?
Yeah, absolutely. She did so much work for the 500 Owners and the NHCA and everything. Yeah, fond memories, definitely.
Yeah, and when we actually celebrated her passing, we had a minute of noise which you led. It's phenomenal, wasn't it?
Yeah, the noise was amazing. I can remember. Well, I could hear myself, but I can remember hearing a load of the Coopers like revving on the limiter. It was amazing.
Yeah, but it was a great celebration of her. But yeah, so obviously you're got one more run to go. Hang on, sort of moved out range. Everything going well with the outfit?
Yep, yeah, we had a testing morning, but time run was good. Missed a little bit of a gear, so hoping to get another second off this afternoon if we can.
That'd be good, wouldn't it? A whole second. Must have been a bit miss of a gear.
Yeah, it was a big miss here coming out of saw bench, full power, and then just slipped out of first gear, so I had to kick it again, and yeah, you lose a lot of time, a lot of drive.
It does get the adrenaline going, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, 15,000 revs, probably.
I bet it sounded lovely at that, didn't it?
Yeah, it did, yeah, she screams, yeah.
What's the safety go?
What does it go to safely, Marcus is asking?
Its red line is 15.5.
And what sort, obviously people talk about BHP, but I'm more interested in torque. Do you know what sort of output? No. What about BHP then?
We had some engine work done this winter and it got 114 BHP, and from new those engines were 117, and it's 20 years old, so it's right up there.
It's still keeping it good, isn't it?
Nicely run in.
Nicely. So anyway, it's I say, always great to see you here. Always great to see the representation of the Foster family. We also remember Harry, of course, with his 500. In our award at the end of the day is the Harry Foster Award for fastest time of day, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. It was actually 20 years ago today that I passengered for the first time for Harry. So it was the first. Is it there? Oh, sorry. The first time I ever hill climbed was with Harry at this meeting in 2006. So fond memories of this event. I'll always come to this event. Yeah.
Oh, we're pleased to see you anyway. And obviously Jane's hiding over there because she knows it's out of mic range, doesn't she?
Yeah. She saw you. She walked the other way.
As do most people, trust me. Anyway, Simon, thank you very much. Have a good run, the second run. Try and get all the gears there, won't you?
Oh yeah. Cheers, Dave.
Bye. They're giving him a round of applause over here. See the class or batch 3 are starting to make their way down now, so we'll hand back to you.
Thank you very much. We've got the 500s coming forth again. We've got 1 or 2 Austin 7s to go, and certainly 1, and that's going to be a decider when it comes to that class. Now we go into the 500s, and this is Amy Turner, who was so chipper this morning and so smiley and upbeat about having her first competition experience at the wheel of the wonderful old Cooper Mark 9 that John Turner, her late father-in-law, bought back in 1967 for 260 quid. He wasn't robbed, that's for sure. And Amy did a super 66.92 this morning, and she's certainly enjoying the day. That's the important thing. The 500s currently led by Tom Waterfield this morning with a fantastic time. He's going to come down in order this time, so he's going to put more pressure on Richard Robarts, the ex-Grand Prix driver, who very different from a Brabham BT42, isn't it? 72, Amy Turner, 66.92 this morning, 61.04 this afternoon, which is a magnificent improvement of, well, that's almost 6 seconds, isn't it? Great effort from Amy Turner, 72. She's going to be back for more, isn't she? 73, Finlay McIntosh did 50.36 this morning, 50.66 this afternoon. So this morning's time counts for Finlay McIntosh, who remains 5th in class. Up goes Richard Robarts, good chap, mark 11. So the man who I saw win the first F3 race I'd seen at Thruxton, the first day I ever went to Thruxton actually, in October 1973. Richard Robarts was driving on the Mice in March. There goes Tommy Waterfield, 48. 78 for Richard Robarts this morning, but 1.2 seconds quicker was Tom Waterfield. Richard Robarts then in car 74. Okay, mark 11. that's quicker over the first timing increment was Tom Waterfield and Richard Robarts. Richard Robarts 49.22. 74. So that's not as quick as this morning. So opens the question, can Ollie Leston, who's sharing the Cooper Norton with Tom Waterfield, can he snatch second place and make it a 1-2 for the Tim Ross team in that car? 47.43 for Tommy Waterfield, which is an improvement of 0.15 of a second. He's the class leader, and that consolidates his advantage. Now we've got a couple of interesting one-offs. We've got the Iota that was modified by Tom Clark and his brother in Bristol. The Iota of Mike Wood, Speed Event Secretary of the 500 Association, which is CB2 they call it, Clark Brothers 2. No one seems to know what Clark Brothers 1 was. So Mike Wood is on course, as now is Mark Riley, who's going really nicely in the Creamer Special with the Jap, Sid Creamer, Jaguar dealer from South London. This guy is so well polished, so it's probably worth a couple of hundreds. 76, 51.39 for Mike Wood. That's a very good improvement. It's more than 2 seconds up on his previous run, so he'll be chuffed with that. What did Mark Riley do with the Creamer car number 78? Well, I can tell you, did a 50.18. Second driver today who has done 2 runs within 100th of a second. This morning's the quicker, 50.17. He remains in that sort of sharper end of the class. I don't think anyone's going to catch Tom Waterfield. He's driven this car before. He's won it, Castle Combe in it, and absolutely flown over the years. And he's still a young man. 79. So, good time. There's Cameron Evely, 50.56 this morning. 49.35 this afternoon. And that is a super improvement for Hamish. Hamish Cameron Evely has moved up into 3rd place in the class, ahead of Ollie Leston. So Ollie's got some work to do when he gets his run in the Tim Ross Cooper Norton. Car number 80, Alistair Dent, 51.71. That's Cooper Jet Mark 5, so the 51 model. That's a good improvement by about half a second. Oliver Clothier should be next, 54.26. Second and a quarter up on this morning's 55.54. So one pass currently is Richard Robarts. Didn't improve, but he's 48.78. That's what they're all aiming for. If they can't catch Tommy Waterfield, there goes the Kusi with the Triumph engine of JB Jones. .79, good improvement. Second, 1.4 seconds for John Dent in the Cooper Mark 8. 82. Oliver Dent in the Hornet, 54.30. Some good progression here, because that was 1.3 seconds quicker than he went in the first run for Oliver Dent. No Andy Raynor. That's a problem. He had a spin this morning. A brake lock to the top. Martini. JB Jones 85 in the Cousy 51 89. That is a useful improvement. Willis in the Keen is on his way. 86. Chaz Reynolds in the Kieft Jap 53.15. It's about 7/10 quicker than the earlier run. Jonathan Morris en route in the South African Way Jap, built by Jack Way in Southern Africa. And 87, he does a 59.63, 59.63, not as quick as before. He's lost virtually 2 seconds on that. 57.79 remains his best. A red flag. I'll tell you why at this moment. Progressing quite nicely through this bumper crop of 500s, and you can see the twins about to come down. Okay, we've got a car stopped at the saw bench. Whether that's a fail or whether that's the car that was flagged, I don't know. Looks like the Emerson is down there on the line. Run this morning. So car 88 failed. That was the Keen. The Danish Cooper copy of Mark Willis, who remains on 52.39 therefore. Car that was flagged, I'm suspecting, was 91. Yes, it was. That, Vince Chester in the Trenberth. Already a confirmed speed event fan with this car. We started out with it at Wiscombe here today, so that's great that the Trenberth Vincent is up and running. Immaculately turned out, and unusual to have the Vincent engine. Most have Japs. There's a couple of Nortons running today, and the Triumph twin in JB Jones's Cousy is the twin in the 500 pack, which I think was apart from that.
Marcus, well, we got a red flag in a couple of minutes.
Yes.
I'm with Peter Isaac, the MD of Wiscombe Limited. He looks after the wimps, the poor suffering souls who come down here between events to keep the event up together. So, Peter, is everything going okay with you today?
Hi, Dave. Yes, I mean, it's a wonderful day, obviously, weather-wise, and it's lovely to have 500 owners here and with the bikes, but obviously machinery of a certain age and vintage, it's sort of slowing proceedings a little bit. And yes, we're waiting to see, I don't know, what time of day we're all going to be able to vanish from here.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's always a bit of an unknown, isn't it? So we have to keep going until we get to this point where, you know, we can finish, and then of course Wiscombe Limited and the team have to clear the venue and put all the equipment away that's not needed, and prepare for tomorrow for the vintage meeting. But you've actually had a ride on your old Veloset, haven't you? Which has been rather wonderful, I expect, hasn't it?
It was very nice, Dave. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yes, but I've got to go back to sort of Wiscombe duties now to sort of plan the, as you say, the breakdown this evening. But yeah, I've had 3 nice little rides on it, which is smashing, and I'm perhaps have a little ride next Saturday at the Torbay meeting, and Anthony, my son, will ride the bike on Sunday for the wildlife.
So that means you're available next Sunday for chats then, really, doesn't it? Yes, we remember that. But yeah, it does, as you say, it takes quite a bit of time. And I mean, today you've only got to dismantle a small amount of stuff, but at the end of the day tomorrow is a major strip down of the place, because on Monday the paddock will have to be handed back to the sheep, won't it?
Well, no, actually, we're only, you've only got a week's gap between what you're suggesting will be this time next week, where we've got to return Wiscombe to its rural glory, and we've got to vacate the place until the end of July, when we have the national meeting.
And what a phenomenal meeting that is to see, isn't it? I mean, because you have the UK's best, and I believe there may even be entries from abroad this year, mightn't there?
Yeah, I think so, yes. We've got the Australian champion, I believe, Dean Teague, isn't it? Yeah, it should be really good. Yes, really good indeed. Yes, so so far so good. This is our second weekend of our 6 for the season, and yes, the weather has been very, very kind to us, really. We'll see what next week brings.
Well, thank you, Peter. The cars are back in action now. I see Bella Murray down there on the start line. Marcus is just getting himself back reinstalled in the commentary box.
Yep.
And Charles Reynolds following down. Charles, who was chatting to earlier with that lovely little car, and phenomenal mix of motorsport history. So I think we've only got, I think that may be the end of the batch, actually, Marcus.
That's quite possible.
Oh no,
we've got a bunch more V-twins yet.
Yeah, there's more coming. They're popping out from the other side. I haven't seen them coming from there, but they do that.
Yeah,
so,
more of the V-twins arriving.
Yeah.
So we wait the first time post stoppage. Away goes Charles Reynolds. Absolutely pristine Cooper Jack V-twin, 3-time British Championship winning. You're mentioning this year's championship comes here in July, and the time of 92. Dennis Bissell with the Emerson didn't get a run in this morning. He's done a 69.87, 69.87 with the rare front-engined 500s. 92 was Bissell. 95 was unfortunately red flagged. That was Bella Murray. So we've got another stoppage, I'm afraid. Bella Murray in the first of the V-twins, kick mark 4/5 with a skip mark 5 with a Harley Davidson motor in it, which is interesting. Keep mark 5, the 51 car. Keep mark 4 is also out in the runs. Car shared by its owner Ruth Ross and by Richard Ashford, whose Formula Junior broke this morning, or refused to run this morning. 99 is Andy Turner with the Cooper V-twin that was supplied new to Peter Bell. Peter Bell of the RA fame, I suspect. And was then repatriated from South Africa. Owned by the Blair family, restored by Andy Turner.
So hopefully it won't be too long a delay now.
No, 95 and 97 both red flagged then, Charles Reynolds as well.
Mm-hmm. So.
1:42 was the last we saw a time for. Dennis Bissell, we've given you that. Ollie Leston and Stuart Barnes has got to go as double runners in the 500s before we can formalise the results.
I would imagine it's a mechanical malady up there somewhere, because the Clark's, oh no, the Clark's vehicle's coming out. It looks like they've got something coming back down that they're going to pop in on Wiz Corner. So the Clark's vehicle will come out, they'll pop it in behind it, and then Clark's vehicle back in again. So we've got the two Allards here on the paddock exit at the moment. And while they're sat there, I might just wander in between them and have a little chat. Ben Stevens. Hello. So what happened this morning? I see you were parked for a small while.
My ignition switch short-circuited and started smoking violently.
That's not good, is it?
Not ideal, no.
You've overcome it now. You've taken it. Oh, you've put it on a different switch, have you?
Different switch. Yeah, no key, but who cares?
It's very distinct if anybody did wander off with it, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
So, tell us a little bit about the car. Now, I got an idea that you or your family built the body, didn't they? Or recreated the body, if I remember from a conversation of a year gone by.
Yeah, so my father-in-law built a variation on this body, not quite as polished. And then I only discovered last week, I always thought it was hooligans that had set fire to the original P-type. I discovered last week that it was his next-door neighbour. I don't know why, I don't know what the dispute was, but apparently his neighbour set fire to his Allard.
That's a terrible thing to do. That's history being taken away, isn't it?
Well, or given to us.
Anyway, back to you, Marcus. We're live again. I don't know how many we've got in this batch. We've got a few more coming out of the paddock exit anyway.
Andy Turner's en route. He narrowly leads the class on a 47.70, but Ewan Cameron's after him, 47.96. Richard Ashford third on a 49.82. Charles Reynolds was fourth. He's got another go due to him because of that flag. He'd like to get inside 50 seconds. Cameron coming down in the red Cooper, number 103. 99. 99, Andy Turner. No, that didn't work. 53.38. So that leaves him on 47.70, and that's a target for Ewan Cameron, who's only a couple of tenths adrift, and he's down there on the line. Number 98 gets a time. That's Mark Dent. He's on 50.61. So there is time in the track because he went quicker than before by about 6 tenths. This is probably the most important run of the class. Certainly it could determine the class win, because up goes Ewan Cameron. Third place Richard Ashford can't run yet because the car is still stuck at the top with Bella Murray, who was red flagged. Charles Reynolds was red flagged as well. Car 101, 59.48 for Ruth Ross. Excellent effort. That's 300ths inside, and that's the end of the batch. It's the car going out now. Appealed on the times for 103. 102 in fact, sorry, in the camera. And it is a 48.44, not as quick as before. The 47.96 in his first run, so that has effectively, I think, settled the class order. Andy Turner ahead of Ewan Cameron. The only question mark really is, can Charles Reynolds get inside? 49.82 is Richard Ashford. He's going to have to find a couple of seconds to improve upon that third place, but he might lose it yet to Charles Reynolds. Model. That's a good improvement by about half a second. Up on this morning's 55.54.
So the cars are lining up now for the next batch to come out. The two Allards at the front. The red Allard, obviously, I take it must have retired. Did they lose their sparks altogether on the red one? Yeah. Oh, I know. I've been and met Kate. Have you met Kate? She's quite a character, isn't she? I always think it helps if you have drivers and cars rather than just one of each. You know. So, Simon Warburton, your Allard P here. Talk a little bit about the bodywork on it.
Already done when I bought it. So I just carried on as it is.
It is quite nice, isn't it? Because it's sort of like basic.
Yeah. Well, it's a P, the same as Ben's got, but with a much lighter body on it. Doesn't make me any faster.
Oh, God. Because Sydney Allard, I mean, the cars we used were all sorts of stuff, weren't they, back in the 50s and what have you, you know, racing, trial, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, they certainly were, and very successful in their day, weren't they? But not many around now.
Well, we got 5 here today. That's not too bad, is it, really, for a car that there's not many of? The black Allard over there, the saloon, looks immaculate from here. I've not been that close and had a look.
That's what this one started its life as, a P. Yeah. I have another one, which is a P as well, but a bit more like that, but no roof on it.
A convertible or just no roof?
It went to Australia and they didn't have a roof on it when it was in Australia. I brought it back and I have raced it here once, but this one's performs better at this hill climb than I used it the other week at Mallory Park. Yeah.
Ah, lovely. Anyway, yeah, so I've met Kate. I've met Kate several times because she only lives about probably 5 miles away from me. And I see her at different car shows locally to us, and I always sneak up on her and have a little chat. But like I said, real character, and the fact that they've done all those continental rallies with the car, and endurance ones at that, aren't they?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
No, it's okay. I said they were endurance rallies as well, weren't they? So good.
Yeah, I think she's done an awful lot with it and thoroughly enjoyed it right the way through the time they've had it.
Anyway, I must let you get ready to go. Have a good run. A couple of TRs lining up now to come out, the TR3 and the TR4. And I'm not sure there's much else to come out of this side of the paddock. I think most of it will be coming from the other side then, Marcus.
Yeah, we've got a few more 500s to run. Balance of the V-twins.
Yeah. Oh, a couple of reruns, isn't there?
Yes, that's right.
Charles and Bella.
That's right.
I always remember seeing Bella's father here, Guy Murray, for many, many years with twin wheels on the back of the Cooper Harley. And I'm sure it was him. I was marshalling up just on the saw bench on the next post up, and he came around the corner and it actually sort of toppled over, but because of the size of the wheels, the car just sat on its side on the wheels with no hassle whatsoever, and the guy sort of tumbled out and they put it back on its wheels and off he trotted again.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Just seen Keith come back up.
It's lovely, isn't it?
As Reynolds. 53 Keith,
yeah.
From Macclesfield in Cheshire. Races Morgan three-wheeler. Plays the tuba in a sail brass band, as you would. First race was back in 1969.
Cool.
In a Morgan Keith bought in 2005. He's tried to get it reliable ever since. Oh dear.
Charles on the end of a tow rope, that's not a good sign.
Yeah, Reynolds' car, yes, hold a piston at Snetterton a couple of weeks ago when I was commentating. It was also the Vintage Motorcycle Club Sidecar Championship. That is the winner, or has he won it? Yes, with him on the chair in 1982. So he goes back a long time. Won the Morgan Championship in 2000.
Have you ever been drawn to trying to get on the sidecar and do an event?
No, not that.
Neither have I, funny enough.
No. I thought about it for a nanosecond, and I just thought I'm not brave enough.
Yeah, no, I must agree. I think it is something you need to be light, nimble, agile, and
I have to say
committed.
that I feel very ill on simulators, but I have watched that amazing lap of the TT course in the Isle of Man with the madman on the sidecar, and that is just awesome. You see it on a big enough screen. It's just remarkable.
Yeah, I think that as you say, getting travel sick. I can't go in a simulator because I always come out feeling rather ill, you know. And we had a simulator here a few years ago, and it was at the time of the British Hillclimb Championship round, and we got all the top drivers to go down and have a go on it.
So you got the top 10 out.
Yeah.
Three were sick. 4 sort of collapsed in a heap as they got out.
It was, and the best bit was when
and a 12-year-old won it.
Yeah, and it was actually it was a young lad who actually set the fastest time out of all of them.
Surprise.
Yeah, it was great fun, you know. But
last couple
I
of
tried
times,
it and I felt awful.
Last couple of times I've been on in a passenger in a race car on a track. I've felt violently unwell for about 3 days. I don't like sitting backwards on a train, but strangely enough, I can write reports coming back from race meetings in a car if my wife's driving.
Really?
Yeah, no problem at all. Doesn't worry me one iota. Dark, the light or dark, doesn't matter.
Yeah. No, I had to give up rallying because after 400 plus rallies as a co-driver, I started to find that my stomach become a bit unwell on rallies, and I thought, no, it's time to give it up.
What's interesting is that Jochen Rindt, obviously Formula One world champion back in the day, he used to be travel sick, and there are quite a few race drivers that I can remember who used to, on a test day, often just get out of the car and sort of bail out and just, I've got to go to the powder room for a while.
Go and lie down for a few minutes.
Exactly.
Anyway, we're back at it.
We got the Allards. Yeah, we do
so
have the
back
Allards.
to you.
Thank you very much. We've got the Allards down before us. Ben Stevens and the fastback led the way early on. Is Ben Stevens' mark. Got a couple of cars left, haven't we, in this class? Bunting and that immaculate Jedi. The wheels have grown on them since 1984. That's for sure. The Allards were covered by under 2 seconds this morning on the first runs. There goes John Bunting, based racer. 104. Simon Warburton, 57.94. That is a good improvement from 59.47. It's an anagram, 57.94. Takes him to within, amazingly, takes him to within 0.04 of a second of Ben Stevens in the P1 fastback, so it was a tremendous effort. And 105 Ben Stevens, 58.69. So not as good. So 57.94 looks like it may well win it. I don't know where the 103 car is. That's the one that had some trouble with the sparks earlier on today, wasn't it? Don't think it's running. So it looks like 0.04 of a second thwarted that pass out. Now coming into the more moderns, 106 John Bunting with the Jedi Kawasaki. This time a 47, 41, 47, 46.24 is his mark on class. Sports racing cars over 1300cc. There's some great kit out here. There's Rodney Thorne. Leaves black lines in the Pilbeam sports car. Designed, of course, by Mike Pilbeam, former BRM F1 designer, who was the king of Hillclimb chassis development for many, many years, until the Goulds came along. The Goulds have now won. Gould drivers now won 25 British Championships. I think the Pilbeam Brigade was left behind on 18. But Mike Pilbeam also was evolving cars from circuit cars initially. Some of the early ones based on Brabham Busy 38s. Forsyth quickest man today. 7. Andrew McDonald. Beck MG. 53.74. This is 52.88 as is standard. Car 108. Rodney Thorne. 40.02. About 0.4-ish away from this morning's 39.58. 109, which is Andrew Forsyth, 36.76 this morning, and 36.53 this afternoon. That's a phenomenal time. Is it 1400cc, something like that? Remarkable. Rupert Ryle with the Subaru Impreza. Turbocharged flat 4 engine. On the hill, 110 has got to the top, which is Peter Eade in the Westfield SEI. 43.88. Not as quick as this morning. In fact, he was at a 42.89. This was his second quick. Put Ryle next Next up, we've got George Pinder with the very pretty Ford Cortina GT. But well, this morning, 45.61. Car 111. There goes Simon Taylor in the amazing HWM Stovebolt Special Chevrolet V8 power. 111 45.53. Very consistent hill climbing. 800s shaved away by Rupert Royal. And the Cortina of George Pinder, number 112. That should be next to show. Don Bishop with the Radical SR4. Kawasaki engine. 113 Simon Taylor. 112 first though, George Pinder, 59.65. Leaves his 59.02 as his marker. And Simon Taylor in 113, the HWM Stovebolt Chevy, has done a 49.99. He's broken 50. Fantastic. 49.99. Four is Trevor Parsons into the next class with the Caterham 7, 47.34. Not as good as the earlier 46.39. TVR Griff goes up. What's 115? Don Bishop done 44.74. Very good improvement. This is the Downs and Motor Club class. Takes Don Bishop to the top of the class on 44.74. He was on 46.48 before. Second to Trevor Parsons, but Trevor didn't improve. Don did. In the Fiat Punto 116. It's on 51.55. Not as good as the earlier 51.27. And Mark Everett in the TVR Griff. 46.19. That's 11 hundredths away from this morning's time, or the earlier time, 46.08. So Don Bishop has nicked the class. 44.74. 46.08 is second for Mark Everett, and 46.39 third for Trevor Parsons. Back into the V-twins. See it anyway. So I think this is 100, isn't it? Well, this Pete Hannon's time's just come up. 47.35 for Pete Hannon. Improvement of a few tenths. Was the Triumph TR3A of Chris Smith, 125.56.32. Good improvement. .63. That's going back to complete the Austin Sevens, and this is a vital run. 55. This is Joe Spicer, 55.71, which is cracking improvement of about a second. Has taken Joe Spicer up into second in that class. One by Nick Allen on a 57. I can't read the clock here at the moment. .52.57, that's the winning time. In second place is Joe Spicer on 55.71. Third on 56.33 is Samuel Archer. There's a 56.88, not far away. And there's Mike Spicer, who ended up fifth behind Rufus Flan. Rufus Flan was in the 56s as well on a 56.69. He ended up fourth. Fifth was the second Spicer. Looking down into the last rounds there. 118. Was David Lord in the Mini, 49.31. Very good improvement. And 119 Audi 53.32. Darren Mower not as quick as before. So that class 1. So it belongs to Shane Currell from Paul Smith and David Lord. Shane Currell in the Porsche, 47.53. Second in the class, Paul Smith, the MK on a 48.63. And in third place, David Lord on a 49.31 in the Mini. So that's pretty much sorted. 95 and 96. Just confirm them. Bella Murray, 52.05. Not quite as fast as the earlier 51.99. 96, 52.05. So 96, sorry, 51, 48, 51, 48 for 96. For David Oliver, which was a good improvement. And 97, 48, 44 for Charles Reynolds. So that was a terrific run from Charles Reynolds and the David Bosher Jones 3-time British Championship winning car. '58, '59, and '60. First year of Wiscombe. 58. And if we can just check the results. Of the B-twin class, Andy Turner wins it on 47.70. Second on 47.96. Third, having found those two missing seconds, Charles Reynolds, 48.68. I think Rich might have stopped a run. We've got a red now. That's one of the bikes going up now, so I think that's the end of the batch. It's just a double. Is it a double ridden bike or a bike that's running just slightly out of order for some reason? Not sure.
Well, Marcus, I think there's only this batch of bikes to go now. From what I can see, there's only a small batch here. I expect the rest of them will appear any minute. So I think that's me done for the day.
Okay.
And, thank you very much for having a great day with you.
Just looking to see, it's been terrific. 175, that is Ollie Leston. What a terrific run from him. 48.68. 48.68. Which is a good improvement, and that is going to nick second place in the class. A 1-2 for Tom Waterfield and Ollie Leston. 47.43 for Tommy Waterfield, and 48.68 for Ollie Leston. In third place, Richard Robarts on 48.78, so a tenth only between second and third place in the class. And in fourth place, also under 50, Hamish Cameron Evely on a 49.35. The bike 7 that went up, so the bike 7 went up, and time was a 43.10, an improvement for the first of our bikes. Overall, top 12 positions appear to be Andrew Forsyth on 36.53, Rodney Thorne second, 39.58, third Tom Short on bike 41.21, fourth Tommy Hodges on a bike 41.56. Some of these could be altered. Then Paul Jeffrey, then Peter Eade in the Westfield, Callum Short on a bike, Pete Short, bike, Cameron Williams, bike, Jamie Mitchell, bike, Guy Ursel, bike, Keith Haynes bike. That's the top 12 of the day. So interesting that the bikes are so quick up here. Hobbit Hunnam back in that wonderful Cooper. T65, the Reg Broom car for so many years. Lost count the times I saw that at hill climbs in the southwest. So a few more bikes to go. 106, the Allard Coupe, a victor in its class. John Bunting only starter in his class, but great to see this immaculate Jedi Kawasaki. I remember going to John Corbyn's original premises and seeing him. He's made literally a handful of them. The first Jedi built in 1984, now over 200 built. That was in Northamptonshire. Last time I went there, I think there was an old dairy. Fascinating how they got the cars in and out of the factory, because it was not by any means a straight run in on a ramp or anything else. So I put them through the door, winch them down into the workshop. So bike 7 was the first that went. I think that was the marker. 43.10. Pete Short is on 7. The program's 588. He's improved. 43.1 takes him up to 8th quickest of anybody over the whole day. Are we going to see more bikes move up the order? Bike 244, 46.82. Super consistent, 46.76 earlier on. Considering it's about 3 hours apart, it's pretty remarkable. Bike 6, 44.15. Another super consistent run, 13/100ths of a second away from the earlier run. Bike 89. So let's find it somewhere else in the time nonetheless was 43.76, and that seems to be the one. That seems to be Cameron Williams. Which was right 9 at one point. $43.76. Yeah, 300's quicker than before. Bike 31 and 42 with the next up. 531, 542, 531, 52.21. Not as quick. 51, 59 on the slate. 542, 49.21. Some improvement for 542, which is Anthony Isaac on the Kawasaki. 508, 44.74. 100th away from the earlier time. That's the third driver I think we've seen, the third driver rider, competitor certainly. He's done 2 runs within 100th of a second. Quite remarkable. 551, 53, 99. Not as good. 547, 48.66. Slipped a couple of tenths. 553, 45.68. Slipped 3 tenths. That was 553. That was Richard Peaty on Husqvarna. 555 was Stephen Butler on KTM. 574. 45.74 plays 45.74. 2 identical time runs for Stephen Butler. He's top gun of the day. If it was judged on consistency, he's there. .584 is Caden Rolt. And the time is 43.59. Very good improvement from Caden. 43.59 takes him up to 9th in the top 12. 590 is Keith Haynes on the KTM. 44.27. .44.05, the better run. Sworn, the better contender. Like 1, 41.12. 41.12 for Tom Short. And that is an improvement of 900ths, I think. Yeah, 900ths. Tom Short is 3rd quickest up this hill today. 2, Tommy Hodges, 41.78. 2 in the 41s, but 41.56 sticks from earlier on. 3 and 4 are on the hill. Bike 3, I reckon that's a 43.27. Lost a bit of time from the 42.36 earlier on. He's 43.27. And bike 4, 42.97. 300ths found. Great stuff. Through the 43s then for Callum Shorten 4. And 42.97 puts him 7th quickest overall. bikes quickest, the rest of the top 12 and beyond. So 2 cars quicker than the rest of the bikes are filling the list. Bike 10 is Jamie Mitchell, and Jamie has done a 42.88. That's super effort. That's more than a second better than before. Takes him up to 6th overall. .803 is on the hill. Simon Wilson, KTM. Time for Simon Wilson drifted out just over 50, 50.09. So 49.64 is a better run. 819 is the bike that failed this morning. Matthew Mogridge on the Suzuki, the Taunton rider. .819, 45.45. .871. Which is Mark Williams, the 46.08 before, 46.98, 46.97 this time. Which was Fergus Cameron, 55.42. And 914, which is the splendid John and Isaac Warren trike, 46.88. 10th or so outside the earlier time. And the sidecars are en route. Battle between them. It was close actually between the 969 pair, Simon and Jane Foster, close to the trike before. 969, they have done a 46.33. They're the quickest three-wheeler up here today, taking it away from the trike, which was on 46.75 earlier, and the Kawasaki, Windle Kawasaki Kevin and Sarah duel 988 has broken through the 50-second barrier to a 49.07. 49.07, huge improvement. So they'll be well chuffed with that. By 121, incidentally, has got a time come up as well. 121 is actually one I can't find on the list, but so a lot of great bike times, bike and three-wheeler times towards the end of the afternoon. The motorcycles have filled 3rd to 12th in the top 12 overall, in the order of Tom Short, Tommy Hodges, Paul Jeffrey, Jamie Mitchell, Peter Eade, Callum Short, Pete Short, Caden Rolt, Cameron Williams and Guy Ursel. But the top pair overall are the only contenders inside 40 seconds. In second place, Rodney Thorne with the Pilbeam Rover on a 39.58, and our BTD setter, once again, Andrew Forsyth with the OMS on a very fine 36.53. So that brings to an end the track action. We'll be going over in a short while into the paddock to make the presentations for this 500 Owners Association event. A huge thank you to our wonderful marshals and course controllers who've done so much, and everyone else behind the scenes within the 500 Owners Association, a very small organisation working hard alongside the Wiscombe Park management here to make this event a success. There is going to be a top 10 bike runoff, which is exciting, part of their championship. So I will stay put, and we'll see what happens with that.
Help.
Clear for the bikes coming back twice now, and then also the Wiscombe clearing up vehicle. We will be allowing people to leave as soon as possible, and we will be using a one-way system because the event is tomorrow. People to get in as well. So please be ready when we call you. But there will be a one-way system going on. The escape will be very quickly after the motorsport about. Announcement. I've been reminded I still have upgrade cards for people. If you handed in your upgrade card this morning, please come and get it from the park caravan. Upgrade cards have been signed, ready for collection.
So the bike runoff, there was actually one other car that got into the top 12, Peter Eade, so very well done to Peter with the Westfield SCI. He actually set the quickest overall, but we've got the top 10 bikes going to have one further ascent. They've all turned around very quickly, they're all raring to go, and getting to see whether they can improve given recent knowledge of the hill on their qualification times. So bike runoff. It's bike 7 which is going to go first, which is Pete Short leaning the bike over big style, up over bunnies. 2.5 over the first time sector. 10.7 for the gate. .42.84. Quicker than the 43.10 qualifying run. He's coming down. So a super run for 7 Pete Short. Next up is 590, which is Keith Haynes, qualified on a 44.05. The first timing integer split at the gate. 21.39. So about 6 tenths away from Pete Shorts. 6 is Ursel. 2.67. For the first sector. .40. 590, 44.68. Keith Haynes, not as quick as his qualifying time. 6. Ursel, 44 flat. Time was 44.02, so the personal best for the day. Bike 9, 2.52 over the first timing sector. It's Williams, Aprilia, 43.76 to get here. .584 is Caden Rolt. 261 is acceleration. Callum Short. Williams 42.81. Takes the lead by 300ths. And 5.84, Caden Rolls 43.51. To get here, so a little bit quicker. That's Callum Short, did a 42.79. Pops the lead by a couple of hundredths. Callum Short with a 42.97 to get here. So fractionally quicker again. It's 10, which is Jim Mitchell. Jim Mitchell on 10, 43.63. 95 in the classes. That's the best. 3 is Jeffrey 42.36. That's the lead. Did 42.36 as well in the heats. 2, which is Hodges. Hodges 56 to get here. 41.23 on the clock to lead. It's all down to which is Tom Short, who gets up in a 40.90, snatches the runoff at the end from Tommy Hodges, 41.23. And then we've got in the 42s number 3 Paul Jeffrey on a 42.36. 42.79 for Callum Short, 42.81 for Cameron Williams, and 42.84 for Pete Short. So it's very, very hard fought, brilliantly done, and at the end there, the best time we've seen all day from one of the motorcyclists. So a big congratulations to Tom Short for winning the runoff on a very, very fine 40.90 seconds, 40.90. It's a mighty effort, and 40.51 is his own class record. Superb. Well, what a wonderful afternoon sport we've had, or day's sport here at Wiscombe Park. Again, a big thank you to our marshals and the Wiscombe staff, management, and thoroughly enjoyable day. Yes, we've had a few hiccups along the way, but that's old cars for you, and old bikes in some cases. And let's hope that you've all enjoyed your day. The spectators have enjoyed their day, and if you're around in the paddock, please come to the prize giving, and you can meet the winners for this 500 Owners Association Hillclimb for 2026. Reminder that tomorrow we're moving across to the Vintage Sports Car Club for its its annual hill climb here, and looking forward to a brilliant day to complete this classic weekend here at Wiscombe Park. So if you can, there's more Wiscombe Hill Climb action coming up, and the next of the events are next weekend's Torbay Motor Club on Saturday and Wildlife Autosport on Sunday. The British Championship, the pinnacle of uphill speed events, is here on the 25th and 26th of July. 5 clubs on 5th and 6th of September. MG Car Club and NHCA Arnold Gimblett Speed Hill Climbs on 12th and 13th of September. So much to see here at Wiscombe Park, home of hill climbing, speed hill climbing in the southwest. It's 1958. So from me, Marcus Pye, big thanks to everybody, to our marshals, to our timekeepers, to everyone else who's contributed to the success of this day, and I will look forward to speaking to you all tomorrow with a change of scenery and a different set of cars by and large. So good night from me. Do come to the prize giving, and we'll catch up soon if we don't see you tomorrow. Bye.
There's a course car there still. Hey? I haven't seen the course car go. Oh, that's all right. Good.
We are operating a fast system to get you out. The reason for that is obviously the event tomorrow is keen also to get in, and that's causing problems on our hill. So please bear with us while we do that. As soon as we can release you, we will do a PA announcement.
He's done a 49.64. Red flag comes out. From Braunton. So inside a minute.
Time for bike number 1, 43.13, 43.13 for bike number 1. And for bike number 2, 3.13, 43.13 for bike number 1. And for bike number 2, 42.32. To 42.32, 42.32 for bike number 2. Time for bike number 3, 44.96, 44.96 for bike number 3. And the time for bike number 4, 44.67, 44.67 for bike number 4.
Okay, everyone, we are now in the first batch of vehicles to lead. Please remember the hill is hopefully under some control, but I can't guarantee that. There may be marshals going in different directions. So please be careful on your way out. We appreciate you not going off. So please, if you can make your way out to the venue now, there will be another batch of vehicles, probably about 15 minutes. Yeah, also car 175, if you're still here, we have your headrest near the car
Ladies and gentlemen, let the 5th South African Association stop together
Okay, everyone, we have stopped cars flowing uphill for a moment to bring some cars down, so if I could ask you to stay where you are for a few moments, we will reel from the hill for you to escape in a few moments, but just stay where you are for the moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will commence the prize giving in 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Please gather by the 500 Owners Association marquee blue. At the bottom of the paddock, come on down, it looks lovely. Everybody, all the competitors, staff, everybody, coming on today. More people for rescue, of course, Robert. We'll crack on. What do you want to do the point first? Okay, we'll do the point. Thank you.
Yeah, you're on.
Up to 250 class, Pat Evans.
Just one. Thank you.
I haven't got a 350.
No.
Then 500 class, third, Guy Ursel.
Well done. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks, Sarah.
Second in class, Caden Rolt. And first in class, Cameron Williams.
I'll take that. Thank you.
Then up to 750 class, third, Paul Jeffrey. Second in class, Tommy Hodges. And first in class, Tom Short. Up to 1400s, second in class, Mark Williams.
You're doing well today. I know.
And first in class, Matthew Mogridge.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Onto the trikes, first in class, John and Isaac Warren.
Sorry. That's all right. Well done, boys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take that one as well. Yeah, we'll do.
Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you.
I'll shake your hand then. Bluetooth. Thank you.
And to my fellow competitors in the sidecar cars, Simon and Jane Foster.
Cheers, Sarah.
And fastest time of day goes to Tom Short. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Sarah. That was brilliant. And extra congratulations for Tom Short. Third quickest ascent of the hill all day and the best bike run on the last climb. Absolutely fantastic. I don't know how you guys and girls do it. Let's go into the car classes then. Start with Class 1, the road-going saloon and sports cars. In third place, David Lord. In second place, Paul Smith. And the winner of Class 1 in the wonderful Porsche, making some fantastic starts, Shane Carroll. Moving on to Class 1A, the Triumph TR Register. In third place, Larry Jerem Croft. In second place, I think he nicked it from Larry by a couple of hundredths, John Blake. And the winner of the TR Register class, Len Olds. Moving along to the Morgan Sports Car Club, just a win in this one to Alan Foster. Great to see. The Vintage Sports Car Club registered Rileys. In third place, David McRobert. In second place, Christopher Downham. And the winner of the class, Michael James in the Cotton Special. The other VSCC registered cars, i.e. not Rileys, in third place with the HRG, Harry Baxter. In second place for the Morgan, Finn Cameron. Lots of young drivers, but they were beaten by the veteran David Pryke. He's the winner of the class. The old master comes good. The MG Triple M register, we saw them at Castle Combe last weekend in great profusion. Wonderful. Good to see some cars here, and the winner of that class, former ERA racer, Paul Mullins. The Austin Sevens, this was a fabulous class and really well contested. In third place, Samuel Archer. No sign of Samuel Archer, okay. And second, a great last run to come up to runner-up spot, Joe Spicer. And the winner of the Austin 7 class, the intrepid Nick Allen. Going on to Fraser Nash, Class 7, the winner of that class, Jeremy Flann. The 500 Owners Association racing cars, up to 500cc. In third place, Richard Robarts. And among those who can say they beat a former Formula One racer, in second place, the wonderful second run, Ollie Leston, grandson of 1954 British Formula 3 champion Les. And Ollie. And the first in class, 1-2 for the team, Tommy Waterfield. Fresh from a Grand Prix cars win at Donington last weekend, so Tom's having a fantastic season. The V-Twins then, this was a very busy class and well contested too. In second place, Ewan Cameron. I thought for a minute he was shy and retiring, but he's not.
Oh, there was a lot at stake with this.
It was really, really close, actually. Very well, well won by Andy Turner in the Blair family car. That's great stuff. And I think we should also say a huge congratulations to Andy's wife Amy for her first event today, and a wonderful second run, finding 5 seconds. Just brilliant. Well done. Sure we'll see much more of Amy in 500s. The Class 10 Allard Owners Club winner Ben Stevens with the splendid coupe. Wasn't behaving this morning, but it certainly improved this afternoon. In Class 11, sports racing cars up to 1300cc, sports and racing cars, I should say, John Bunting. I hope he hasn't gone back to Nigeria. It's a long way to, he's always come to race his cars over here. Great to see. I remember him from the early days of Jedi racing. Class 12, the sports and racing cars over 1300cc. In second place, Peter Eade with the Westfield. One of only 3 competitors to get into the top 12 overall today with a car. So no sign of Peter. The winner of that class in first place with the ex-Martin Bolsover Hillbeam MP43 Rover, Rodney Thorne. Lovely to see that car out. The Downton Motor Speed Championship, the winner of that super second run with the Radical SR4 with the Kawasaki engine, Dom Bishop. The Morgan three-wheelers, that's an ACU permit prize. I don't think we're doing that, are we?
We do, but I've not got the result.
I have to come back to that result. Yeah, it's above my pay grade. The Harry Foster Trophy then for best time of the day for cars. Andrew Forsyth with the OMS CF04, 36.53 seconds. Well done, Andrew. The old man would have been very, very proud. Well done again. And the John Forsyth Pro Trophy, while we're talking Forsyths, the best combined time for 2 family members, Finn and Ewan Cameron. It's like the Generations Cup, isn't it? Where are the Camerons gone? They're coming back? Hey! You can get more beer in there. Well done, guys. And the prize for FTD, of course, we know has gone to Andrew Forsyth. Andrew. Very, very nice decanter there. So very well done. Excellent. What a great day's sport. I think the sun shines on the righteous, doesn't it? Because on Tuesday this week, this was looking pretty grim. But I'm glad that someone up there is looking after us. Probably John Forsyth, actually. Great stuff. Well done. And let's say a big thank you to all the organisers at the 500, Owners Association, the Wiscombe team, to our great marshals and course crews, timekeepers, everyone who's made this work so well. And we'll see you all again next year with the 500 legislation. But first, tomorrow, the Vintage Sports Car Club. Safe home, ladies and gents.